Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, State Court of Clayton County. I see there are several people with just iPhone on the screen, and I need you to rename yourself. So I'm going to rename myself, and I'm going to walk you guys through how to do it. So if you are currently named iPhone or some other phone designation or something that is not your name, then please follow along. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is touch the cursor onto my picture on the screen. So wherever I am or whichever iPhone you think you are, click on that. When you do that, you'll see a blue box with 3 white dots in the box. Click on that. You will see a pull down menu. The menu will have various things, but what you're looking for is rename, and that may be closer to the bottom of the menu. Rename. Go down to rename, click on that. A box will open. Enter a new name below. I'm going to enter my name.
I don't see it.
All right. Did you click on the picture, your picture on the screen? If it's not coming up that way, then on your screen, there should be something called participants. Click on participants. There may be a box that opens that says more. And in that box, once the pull down menu comes down, it should allow you to rename yourself. Now, I'm about to post my name on the screen because I've entered it into the box, and it'll say change. Click on the blue box that says change and watch my face on the screen. There you go. So click on your picture or where you think you are. It looks like most people have successfully done it. So let me help these individuals with the Motorola. I am Android all the way, so I understand. If you don't see, when you click on or touch your face next to your face on the screen, if you don't see the box, then like I said, look for something that says more or participants. When you go to participants, you should see your designation, Motorola, Moto G, Stylus, whichever one you are, 22 or 23. When you click on that, there should be a blue box with 3 dots or something that says more. But you're looking for the rename function.
See it.
All right, so sir, with the blue shirt on, and you said you can't see it, Motorola 2023, tell me your name.
Van Sanders.
V-A-N?
Yes. Sanders.
There you go. 2022 Motorola. And I'm not judging because mine is liable to be a 2019. All right, sir, with the glasses on and the white shirt, what's your name? Okay, hold on. I can't hear you, so you have your device muted. 1 second, let me ensure that we're live streaming the way we're supposed to. And I'll be right back. Okay, that works. All right, so the gentleman, we'll get to you. When I call your name, make sure you wave your hands and you unmute and you let me know you're here. And then at that time, I'll rename you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so this is the arraignment calendar for September 5th of 2024. As I stated, I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, State Court of Clayton County, and also courtroom 304 in the State Court. I'm going to call the calendar. Your arraignment is essentially the first time that your case has been, generally the first time. You may have been here before due to a continuance, but it is generally the first time that your case has come before the state court judge who, the trial division where your case can be resolved either through a plea or a trial or an administrative device. And so everyone's entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney or cannot afford an attorney, let us know. And if you cannot afford an attorney, we'll appoint one to work with you on your case. The court will expect to hear 3 pleas today: not guilty, guilty, or nolo, with nolo contendere, which basically means you're not contesting the evidence. And so the not guilty plea, you'll be entitled to have a trial either before a judge or a judge and a jury. That trial will take place at a later date, and you'll have plenty of time to prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to go to trial, but you wish to represent yourself at trial, I do need to caution you that you will run the risk of not being able to get evidence into the record of the court and not being able to argue in a way that could convince the court to decide in your favor. The court cannot favor you over someone who is trained in the rules of evidence and procedure. And so you would be at a significant disadvantage. And so I want to let you know that when you're making the decision about whether or not have an attorney represent you. However, if you come to trial, you're only required to appear. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You also have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means that you do not have to give any testimony or evidence against yourself. You do not have to present any arguments. If you or you and your attorney choose to present evidence and testimony or present arguments or argue against those arguments made by the state, you may do that. That is your right, but you are not going to be forced to do that. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that you were convicted, but the conviction was a mistake, you can appeal it within 30 days of the verdict of the court to an appellate court that might make a different decision. Now, these are all the rights that come with having a trial. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty because you believe you are guilty of the underlying offense, even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis, but you believe you're guilty of the offense itself, then we'll allow you and your attorney to have an opportunity to speak with the state. You all will have the opportunity to negotiate what you want to present to the court for a sentence in your case, and we would resolve that today and allow you to begin your sentence. The no contest plea, it is beneficial in many ways because it means that you believe that the state has evidence that they may present to a trial, and you might be convicted on that evidence. You do not wish to contest the evidence, but you do not wish to admit guilt. So a no contest plea says you're not going to contest the evidence, but it's beneficial to you, especially if you are someone who has a traffic offense. It may help you avoid points on your license. It may help you to avoid penalties such as a suspension of your license. We will talk to you about what it means to be NOLO eligible, able to use your NOLO plea in a particular situation. So we'll talk to you on an individual basis as we call your name. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a CDL, a commercial driver's license, please be mindful. Once you make a decision, that may affect your commercial driver's license, and we can't tell you how it would affect your license with respect to the state and national rules for commercial drivers. So please do your research before you enter a plea. If you are not sure, you can always enter a plea of not guilty, prepare for trial, do your research about your CDL. If you come back to court, then you can make a decision about whether you want to enter a plea at that time or go forward with a trial. But at least you know what will happen if this is how you make your money. Also, with drivers who are under the age of 21, the suspensions are easier to get. You only need 6 points, and the suspensions are going to be longer. So 6 months hard suspension if you're an under 21 driver, if you accrue the points or if you have an offense that would suspend you. So please be mindful of that. A NOLO may not work the same way for you as it does for others. Please check and make sure that this is what you want to do. All right. I'm going to call the names on the calendar. The first name is Bolton, Kenzel Tremarius Bolton. Now, I see that that case is closed. I guess he had come up on an earlier calendar. So Bolton is closed unless there's something we need to revisit.
I'm
Okay.
here.
All right. So, Mr. Bolton, I have that your case is closed and you're free to go at this time, sir. Your case was closed on August 22nd.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, sir. Ben Bush.
Your Honor, Mr. Bush is present in the courtroom. I believe he wanted to speak to the prosecutor.
Okay. Mr. Bush is charged with no license. Mr. Bush, come up to the podium for me.
Stand right here if you don't mind, so they can see.
All right, so Ms. Hagler, Mr. Bush is charged with no license.
Do you have proof? Good morning, Mr. Bush. Do you have proof of a valid license today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the state's offer for today is going to be 10 days in jail and a fine of $1,000. This appears to be your third in 5 years of no license. So that's why the offer is what it is.
Okay, I'll pay it.
So Miss, you said what now?
I'll pay it.
No, Mr. Bush, did you hear what she said?
She's saying part of it, she's asking for 10 days in jail. You can request an attorney if you want.
You said 10 days in jail or $1,000 fine?
Yes.
Both?
Yeah, you said both, right, Ms. Hagler?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Bush, this is what we call a statutory fine, meaning that the fines and fees, the penalties are already written into the statute. So it just depends on which, like if this is your first and 5, second and 5, third and 5, but the statutes, the penalties are already written into the statute. Now, why can't you get a license, Mr. Bush?
I'm too old now. I'm 85. So,
Okay, well, then you might not need to be driving. Mr. Bush, if the license, because I know some people who drive into their 90s, and if they can pass the test and they're medically able, then there's no impediment to them getting a license. But if they won't give you a license, that means you shouldn't be on the road. Do you want the responsibility of something happening to you or someone else with you driving?
no, ma'am.
Okay, then. So if they won't give you a license,
I'll try to get them.
You're gonna try again.
I'll apply to get them.
Okay, what I want to ask you to do is, I'm going to appoint Mr. Holton Dennis to assist Mr. Bush because this may be end up being the sentence, the 10 days and the $1,000 fine, but you all may be able to work something out too, because I'm not understanding why Mr. Bush can't get a license. And so just talk to him for me.
Thank you, Judge. We'll fill out an appointment order and we'll talk.
All right, thank you.
Yes, take a seat. We'll be right with you.
All right, next person on the calendar is Crawford, Willie Allen Crawford. Mr. Holton Dennis.
Judge, Mr. Crawford is present in the courtroom. I'm not sure. I think Mr. Taylor is going to request a conference with Ms. Hagler on that matter. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll have a breakout with the state at the appropriate time.
Your Honor, I can also walk down there.
Okay, so let's get through the calendar and then there may be a bunch of people that you can speak with.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mujahid Ibn Dwan. Mujahid Ibn Dwan. Last call for Mujahid Ibn Dwan.
Your Honor, say remove for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant will be granted, bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, Sherman Arthur Dixon.
Judge, appears
I'm here.
Mr. Dixon is online. I did speak to Mr. Dixon. I expect we'll be entering a not guilty plea today. I did just want to go over the accusation and offer for him, but I'm confident we'll enter a not guilty plea. Could we just go ahead and enter that not guilty plea and I'll have him stay on? And if he changes his mind, then then we'll make that announcement.
All right, the court will accept your not guilty plea, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon, it is very important that if you have bond conditions that were imposed by the magistrate court, you review that paperwork and make sure that you do not have contact with anyone listed on the bond conditions, or do not go back to any locations that are listed on the bond conditions. If you were to do that, you would be facing additional misdemeanors, felonies, or the revocation of your bond, and you would spend the rest of the time in jail until your case is resolved, okay? Also, you are not to pick up any new charges while out on bond. Do you understand these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to accept your not guilty plea. You can speak with Mr. Lynch later. Philip Inslet Dobbins. Philip Dobbins. Philip Inslet Dobbins. Last call. Yes.
The state requests a bench warrant and bond forfeiture, please.
Last call for Dobbins, Philip Dobbins, bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
All right, Flores.
Your Honor, Ms. Flores is present in the courtroom. She doesn't have an attorney appointed to her, but she is present. Should she approach the?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're charged with no license and brake or turn signal violation. Do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
Attorney, but I'm not sure if they have represent me or anything. Because I do know when they had bought me out, no attorney was reached.
Okay, yeah, no, you might not have had one at first appearance, but yeah, if you wish to speak with one of the attorneys in the courtroom, I can appoint them to speak with you.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Just have a seat and then they'll speak with you and address your case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Reginald Harvey, Mr. Harvey's on video.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Harvey. May I see you, please?
Yeah, I was trying to turn my camera on. I don't know why it's.
Okay. Are you on a phone or a computer?
No, I'm on my phone.
Okay. Can you touch next to your name on the screen? Do you see the box with 3 dots? Yeah, maybe this will help. Let me ask you to start video, and if you see something pop up, that may assist you.
Yeah, I see it.
There
Okay.
you go. All right. So, Mr. Harvey, you're before the court for speeding. Do you wish to represent yourself, or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Oh, yeah, I was representing myself. I was gonna do no contest.
All right. So, Ms. Hagler, is he eligible for a NOLO, and what is the recommendation from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant is eligible to plead NOLO, and we're offering a fine of $200.
Okay. All right. So, sir, it's a NOLO and a $200 fine. The fine would be $298 with the surcharges. And also I could give you up to I'm going to give you 30 days anyway, because you're not at the courthouse, but I could give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. Okay.
All right.
All right. Is that what you wish to do?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Reginald A. Harvey, 2021 CR 06017. You're before the court for speeding. You're entering a plea of NOLO. The fine is $200, $298 with the surcharges. By entering this plea, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Harvey, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about April 24th, 2021, Officer B, as in boy, George, issued the defendant a traffic citation for speeding. Defendant was traveling 96 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. And this determination was conducted by a PACE certified patrol vehicle. At this time, Your Honor, the state's offer is a fine of $200, and again, the defendant is NOLO eligible.
All right, so Mr. Harvey, the NOLO will help you when it comes to the Department of Driver Services, and the court's going to accept that. The last I'm going to ask you to do is, do you know how to use the chat function? If you touch your screen, here, let me
Just
see.
anywhere.
I'm going to send everybody a test, and
Okay.
you should see red number pop up on your screen. Did you see anything pop up? There you go, you received it. Okay, so instead of sending a response to me, what I want you to do is to click on the name in blue, which should be everyone. You click on that name.
Yes.
All right, you see a pull down menu?
Yes.
Okay, the first name you're looking for is Amanda Wright, R-Y-T-E. When you see that, click on it.
Okay, I see it.
All right, when the box opens, put your email address in that box. Make
Okay.
sure you check it and make sure everything's in the right place, and send that to Miss Amanda.
Okay, will do.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you giving him 30 or 60 days?
60.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so Miss Amanda is going to take your email address. You'll get your sentence sheet in the mail. It'll tell you exactly the date by which you need to pay. Also, there'll be instructions about how to pay online or by phone if you need to do it that way. But otherwise, you can come into the building at 9151 Terra Boulevard in Jonesboro and pay on the second floor at the traffic court window, okay?
Okay.
All right, just make sure you pay it before the deadline because we don't want an arrest warrant to issue for failure to complete a suspended sentence.
No, they actually I got arrested and spent 3 days in jail for this.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen. Miss Hagler, any possibility of TS?
No, that's fine, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay, so Mr. Harvey, so you spent 3 days, the court, and with the agreement of the state is gonna give you credit for time served. So we'll go ahead and suspend that sentence, credit for time served.
Okay.
All right, so you're free to go at this time. Just slow down for me.
Oh no, absolutely. I am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I took a defensive driving course about 2 months ago.
Look at you. That's the way to be proactive.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Harvey, you're good to go. And you don't owe us anything, and just be careful out there. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler.
You're
All
welcome.
right, so next is Caressa Brianna Hodo. Mr. Hicks.
Judge, she's present in court.
All right.
Is she? Your Honor, in this case, I have not met with Mrs. Hodo.
Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. Mr. Lynch, if you will assist us with getting Ms. Hodo to chat her phone number to Mr. Hicks. Once that happens, Ms. Hodo, do you have your phone with you?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Hicks is going to contact you. All I ask is that you step out into the hallway so we don't hear your information, and you can speak with Mr. Hicks about your case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Type in all your.
Dante D'Angelo House.
Here.
Oh, there you are. Mr. House, you're before the court for invalid registration and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Did you wish to speak with the state and represent yourself, or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I was on plea NOLO.
Okay, so Ms. Hagler, did you have any questions for him regarding the registration or the tag?
Yes. Is your registration and tag up to date and valid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you send me proof? I'm gonna send you my email directly to you in the chat. And when I receive that proof, then I will adjust my recommendation accordingly. So give me 1 second and I'll send you my email directly. And Your Honor, since the defendant is pro se, once I do receive that proof, I will just come back online and make an announcement. If I need a breakout room, I'll let you know.
Thank you, ma'am. That sounds great. All right, next on the calendar is Terrence Terrell Howard. Howard.
Good morning, Judge Frontier Martin Stokes for Mr. Howard.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we submitted a waiver on this one, but we still need some discovery in this case. So
Okay.
once we get some discovery, we'll be able to address it.
All right, what is it you're looking for?
And have you filed for discovery? Have you filed a
I have.
request for discovery? Okay, we can confirm that. I have my legal assistant online. We can confirm that if you filed or not. So give me 1 second.
I filed on July 30th.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Ms. Arnold?
She filed it. We just can't send it before the arraignment, but I'll get it to her as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold.
So it seems that it's on its way to you, Ms. Martin Stokes, something about the arraignment.
I know. I understand. Yeah.
All right, I didn't know. So, all right then. So that will be on its way to you. We'll respect your waiver, and then we'll see you. I guess unless y'all work this out, we'll see you at trial.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Feel free to go to contact your attorney. Yeah.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, what date was that waiver filed? Are you showing in your system?
July 30 is what she said.
Thank you.
Right. All right, next is Trevor Terrell Jackson.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson is present in court. I expect we'll get a resolution. However, I wanted to present Ms. Hagler with some information, some documentation he has regarding his vehicle tag or registration.
Okay, she said at some point after I call the calendar, she's going to walk into the courtroom, and then that way, whomever, whichever cases need to be discussed, she'll be there.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Kevin L. Jenkins. Kevin Jenkins.
I'm here.
All right, so Mr. Jenkins, may I see you, please? There you are. So Mr. Jenkins, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Kevin Jenkins, traffic violation, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and no insurance. Now that no insurance is really concerning because that could suspend your license. So sir, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
He's good.
I think I can represent myself.
Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Hagler, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Jenkins, for you, do you have any proof today that you have valid insurance and that your tag is up to date and no longer invalid or expired?
Yes, ma'am. I have my insurance on my phone.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
I have a different card too.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna put my information in the chat to you directly. So send me again proof of your insurance, and then if you have a different vehicle, proof showing that your new vehicle is up to date as far as the registration. So I'm gonna send my email directly to you.
Okay, to the chat or to?
She's gonna send it through the chat, but you're gonna communicate on your phone to her email. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then if you have to take a picture or a screenshot of whatever information you have and send that to her, that's what she's looking for.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Sent it, Mr. Jenkins. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Kenosha Shawan Johnson. Kenosha Shawan Johnson.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Hi, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you're before the court for no insurance, suspended registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and license not on person. Did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I wish to have an attorney represent me.
Okay. Are you over 21?
I am.
Okay. All right. So we'll appoint the law firm of Lister. Okay. I'm gonna need you to get someplace quiet so they can talk to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And they're gonna speak with you in a few moments. I may put you in a breakout room with them, okay?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Thank you. Jesus Salazar Mendoza.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hi, Mr. Salazar Mendoza. You're before the court for no license, license not on person and speeding 26 to 30 over the limit. Did you wish to represent yourself or do you need an attorney to represent you?
Well, Your Honor, per the calendar, it appears that Attorney Studdard is on the defendant's second case. So I'm not sure if he's also on this case as well, but Attorney Studdard is listed as attorney of record for the second case.
Okay. Ms. Val, do you know whether Mr. Studdard is representing Mr. Salazar Mendoza on both?
I'm sorry, but I think he told me he wasn't. I think he just told me on the DUI case.
Okay, so what's happening with this case? Did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney? Well, I guess if you have Mr. Studdard, I can't appoint. Did you wish to hire another attorney to assist you?
Well, it's just speeding tickets, right?
Yeah, it's license not on person and speeding.
Would it be just like fines and stuff, or?
We can hear from the state. Ms. Hagler, what is your recommendation on Mr. Salazar Mendoza's first case?
As far as the first case, Mr. Salazar Mendoza, do you have valid proof that you have a valid license today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you my email once I get that documentation that I can adjust my recommendation. But for the speeding, it is a fine of $100.
$100?
Yeah,
Yes.
so it'd be $151.50 with the surcharges for the speeding.
Okay, I can pay that today.
Okay.
Let me send you my email and you can send me proof of the valid license. So give me 1 second, I'll send it to you directly in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right, and then for the second case, Ms. Val, is there a leave or a conflict for Mr. Studdard?
I see why he filed the entry in discovery, so it could be a waiver inside of that. I'll have to ask the clerk.
Okay.
Miss, check to see if it's a waiver was filed on August 21st. He filed entry in a discovery request.
All right. Okay.
I'm looking.
All right. The next case is Van R. Sanders Jr. for a traffic violation. Usually that means a red light or a stop sign, Mr. Sanders. Did you need an attorney to represent you or did you wish to represent yourself? Oh, you got to unmute for me, Mr. Sanders. I didn't hear any of that. Let's see. Hold on a second.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. All right. So, sir, it's a traffic violation. Did you wish to speak with the state or did you need an attorney to represent you?
I wish to speak to the state.
All right. Ms. Hagler, it's a traffic violation for Mr. Sanders.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's offer is a fine of $100.
All right. So, Mr. Sanders, the $100 fine would be $151.50 with the surcharges. And I could give you up to 60 days to pay. I'm going to give you 30 days anyway because you're not at the courthouse.
Ma'am, my
Yes.
thing is, can I explain what happened that night? I'm a CDL driver and I take my license
Well, okay, then this is what I'm telling you. I can't have, so it's not like guilty with an explanation. I can't hear the case unless I'm hearing it from both sides in a trial. What I can do is give you the opportunity to enter a not guilty plea, and then if you want to go to trial, you can have a bench trial before just a judge, or those come up quicker, and we do those by video also. We do a hybrid, so you can do courtroom or video, or you could have an actual jury trial. I understand the implications of having a CDL and having a violation, which is why I give this announcement every time. So it may have no effect on your license, but it may have a big effect depending on what your record is and what the rules are. What I would suggest to you is if you need more time, take it in the form of a not guilty plea. But otherwise, I can't hear from, you and decide the case today.
Yeah, well, definitely not guilty.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is what's going to happen. You'll get notice of the next trial calendar. If you wish to gather any evidence that you have that supports you're not guilty, you may wish to present that. Like I said, this is the state's burden to prove the case against you, but you may have information that may help to preserve your CDL. So if you want to do that, make sure at the time that your case is called for trial, whether it's a bench trial or a jury trial, that you have that information and any witnesses available to you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I've recorded your not guilty plea and you're free to go at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hayward, Ms. Hagler.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. And Samantha Lane Sims. Samantha Lane Sims. Last call for Samantha Lane Sims.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture, please.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture granted.
Thank you.
All right, so we have some cases that are awaiting resolution, so we can get announcements on those. And also, I know that there's some people who wish to speak with. I know that Crawford is one for a breakout room with the state. And you all are continuing to speak with some of the individuals.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
On the Salazar Mendoza situation with Attorney Suttard,
yes,
the entry of appearance did include a waiver of arraignment, and that was filed on August 21st.
Okay. So for Mr. Salazar's second case, then it's a waiver. Thank you. All right. All right. So Ms. Hagler, were you going to walk down to the courtroom or did I need to start setting up breakout rooms, Mr. Lynch?
Let me see if I received anything in my email. Okay, I did receive something from Mr. House. So if I can go ahead and do a breakout with Mr. House, and then once I'm done, I can walk down there, provided nobody else on Zoom who wanted to pre-trial with me sent me any documentation, please.
All right. So Mr. House, I'm putting you in a breakout room number 1 with Attorney Hagler. And once you all are done, then I will set up breakout rooms for the other individuals who may be sending information. All right. So there's a gentleman in a white shirt with glasses standing in front of So, sir, I need to know who you are because I don't know that I've been able to help you. You got to unmute for me.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Am I free to go?
Hold on a second. I think she was checking on your information that you sent. So just hold on just a second, and you'll once she makes an announcement, you'll be free to go at that time.
Okay,
or you may be free to go.
I just sent them over.
Okay, just hold on. She's still checking. She has a couple other people who are sending information too.
All right.
Yes, I just unmuted.
Okay, sir. Give me your name.
Emory, E-M-O-R-Y, O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Okay, I think you may be on another calendar because I don't have you on this one. Hold on, let me check.
Okay.
Judge, he's on the 11 a.m.
Right. So, Mr. O'Hara, you are represented by Miss Brittany Trammell. You are on the 11 o'clock calendar, so just hold on and we'll get to you in a few moments, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes,
may I request that from Ms. Kenosha Johnson, if she
yes.
chat her cell phone number and email address to me or I'm sorry, through the chat to
Stop.
I guess courtroom
Yeah.
304. And then I would request if Miss Arnold could potentially email me the document for Miss Johnson as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Loyal. Stop it.
Ms. Tarver, you need to mute your device, ma'am.
Sorry.
Hey, I had a question then. Since it was waived, so when do I have court again, or I had to talk to my lawyer about that?
Hold on, you still have your first case, Mr. Salazar, but the second case you need to talk to your lawyer about.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
But
we're still-
I just sent the pictures. I don't know if she got it.
Yeah, she's working on about 3 or 4 people who are sending her things, so just hold on for a second, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, so I sent a message to Ms. Johnson for her to send her phone number to courtroom 304.
I got it. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Hicks.
oh, sorry, let me, hang on, I'm sorry. I have an announcement on Mrs. Hodo.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
We're gonna plead not guilty. I believe that sometime in the future, it will be resolved by plea, but for today's purposes, we're gonna plead not guilty.
All right, so Ms. Hodo, I'm going to accept your not guilty plea. Please be reminded that you have bond conditions. If you were to violate those bond conditions by having contact with anyone listed or going to any location that might be listed on the bond conditions, or picking up a new offense, that you could have your bond revoked. You could spend the remainder of that time in jail until your case is resolved. And also you could be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. So please be mindful of that. And you're free to go at this time, okay? Just keep in touch with Mr. Hicks, all right?
So basically, okay, can you explain to me what just happened? Because I was.
Okay, so Mr. Hicks has entered a not guilty plea on your behalf, which means you're doing one of two things. You're either preparing for trial or he's still negotiating and exchanging information with the state. He believes that your case may end up being resolved by a plea, but that'll take place at a later date. I just ask that you pay attention to the bond conditions you got from the magistrate court. If you no longer have that paperwork or you don't know what the bond conditions are, before you leave the building, stop into the front, to the office on the first floor for the clerk's office, and they can give you a copy of your bond conditions, okay? All right, did you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am. Can I get a piece of paper or something showing that I came to court today because I had a problem?
Microphone now too.
Hold on, Miss Robinson, please mute for me. Go ahead, you said you what now?
I had a problem here last week about another case that I had came to court for, and they said that I didn't come to court, and they almost locked me up, and I had to come down here and get paperwork and take it to the police department and all that. So can I get a paper showing that I did come to court today?
I don't have anything that I can give you that says you came to court today, other than if you wish to, I don't even know what, Ms. Val, you have any idea about that?
I already resolved it. I had went and took care of it with the police department, but I just need a piece of paper so it won't happen again because the clerk.
Or, I'm sorry, Ms. Hodo, for this case or for another case?
It was for another case, but I just don't want to go through the same thing because I was in the same courtroom and I ended up getting a warrant. So I had to go and take care of that, and I don't want to have to do that again.
Oh, well, Miss Wright, do you put not guilty on some form and send it in?
We enter it into CPU 8, but there's not a, unless, like the plea paperwork, that's the only form.
Yeah, there's not a printout of that. So, but ma'am, Ms. Hodo, your attorney's here and you're here. I'm not going to send out any bench warrants for you. The reason I asked, was it for another case? Then I know that it wasn't me that issued a bench warrant for you. So it was particular to that other case. But I know you're here. I know Mr. Hicks is your attorney. So the first thing I would do is something happened, I would call him first.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just issue if he doesn't show up and you don't show up, the first thing I'm gonna do is call him.
Okay.
All right?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, but just keep in touch with him, okay?
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
That's all I have, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I have an announcement whenever you're ready on House
Go ahead, ma'am.
3. Okay, yes, Your Honor, I do have sufficient evidence at this time, so the state is going to null pros. Also, Mr. House indicated to me that he paid a cash bond and would like to know who he needed to send, I guess, an email to receive copy.
He did. Mr. House, I'm not sure how it works as far as sending an email, but I do know that you can contact the Clayton County Sheriff's Office, ask to speak to their bond department, and they should be able to walk you through the instructions about how to get your return of your cash bond, because as of now, your case has been resolved. And thank you, Ms. Hagler.
You're welcome. And then also, as far as him getting paperwork from the court regarding today's outcome, will he go to, can that?
So Mr. House, this is what I ask you to do. Go to the chat function.
Yes, ma'am.
Chat your email address to Miss Amanda Wright, R-Y-T-E, and she can send you a disposition. But the sheriff's office has access to the information we have. If you request your refund, they should be able to pull it up in their system.
Okay, thank you so much. I just sent her my email address.
All right, so just look for that in your email. Check your spam folder if you don't see it by tomorrow, and just call the Clayton County Sheriff's Office and ask about a refund of a cash bond. How would you get that done?
Okay, thank you so much, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too. And then, Your Honor, if I could please be placed in the breakout room with Mr. Jenkins.
Definitely.
Breakout
Hold on.
I guess.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. Hagler, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1. You'll see it pop up on your screen. Also touch your screen if you want to get out of the breakout room when you're done, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I know some of you are coming in for the 11 o'clock calendar. We're just still finishing up some things from the 10 o'clock calendar. Please be patient and keep your devices muted, and we'll get to you as soon as we can.
wait till they come back.
Your Honor, I have an announcement whenever you're ready.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ms. Hagler.
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding page 4, Mr. Kevin Jenkins.
Yes.
He has provided sufficient documentation, so at this time, the state's on a non-process case.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, thank you so much, sir. You're free to go at this time. Be safe.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
And Your Honor, can I please have a breakout room briefly with Mr. Salazar Mendoza, please?
Sure. No problem. Mr. Salazar Mendoza, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1 with Attorney Hagler, and she's going to talk to you about the information that you sent. She's only going to discuss the case that involves the traffic offenses, okay? Not the one that you're represented by Mr. Studdard.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So this is only the license violation, the license not on person in the speeding.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
So Mr. Lynch, Mr. Taylor, the cases that I have remaining are Bush, Johnson, Sanders. Nope, Sanders is not guilty. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's Bush, Crawford, Flores, and Jackson, I think, are the only remaining cases.
Yes, Your Honor. And I expect for Mr. Jackson, I expect we'll have a resolution. I just need to briefly talk to Ms. Hagler.
Okay.
Mr. Bush.
Your Honor, we're ready whenever you are ready.
All right, on
Judge,
Salazar.
Yes,
I
Your
was
Honor.
also waiting as well to speak with an attorney.
Ms. Johnson, I'm going to give you a call in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so you're ready on Salazar Mendoza?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And what is the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. So at this time, the state is going to not cross counts 1 and 2, and we're going to proceed forward on count 3 with the speeding, a fine of $100. The defendant has provided sufficient proof regarding his license.
All right, Mr. Salazar Mendoza, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, you're before the court on 2022 CR 03834 for license violation, license not on person, and speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour. Counts 1 and 2 will be no cost, and you're entering a plea of, did you wish to enter a plea of guilty to count 3 or NOLO? Is he eligible for a NOLO?
Based on the criminal history, he is.
Okay, so so sir, please be mindful that you have another case pending. So if you wish to NOLO, the court will accept it, but you do have another case pending that you may wish to use your NOLO.
No, which one am I pleading guilty to? To
the speeding.
Yeah, I plead guilty.
All right. So by entering a plea of guilty, you give up to count 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Salazar Mendoza, if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis, Ms. Hagler.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January the 4th of 2021, Sergeant Justin, Justin Parrish, P as in Paul, Arrish, issued 3 traffic citations to the defendant, 1 for no license on person, driving without a license, and then speeding. The defendant was going 72 miles per hour in a 45 miles per hour zone. The state's recommendation at this time is that we're going to dismiss or not pros counts 1 and 2, and a fine of $100 for count 3.
All right, Mr. Salazar Mendoza, I'll accept the no plot pros for counts 1 and 2. Count 3 is a guilty plea and a fine of $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. And sir, I give you 30 days because you're not at the courthouse. Did you need more than 30 days in which to pay?
No, that 30 days is fine. Thank you.
Okay. All righty.
I just wanted to know how to pay.
I'm gonna tell you. So
Okay.
what I need you to do is send your email address by chat to Miss Amanda Wright. So do I need to walk you through that, or do you know how to use the chat function?
I think I know how.
Okay, so when you pull up the chat, the name in blue, click on that, and you're looking for Amanda Wright. So she should come up right after that. Click on her name and send her your email address.
Okay.
And once she gets your email address, she's going to go ahead and send that out your sentencing sheet. So just check for it. Make sure you check in the next couple of days and check your spam folder in case you don't see it immediately. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Salazar.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and walk down to the courtroom.
Okay.
If you don't mind, give me a few minutes to handle my business down there. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen who are here for the 11 o'clock calendar, once Miss Hagler is in the courtroom and she's talking to those individuals, I can go ahead and make the speech and I'll give you the information necessary for you to understand this calendar. And then once she's back and available to look at the calendar, we'll go ahead and call the calendar. Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Salazar, once you've sent that information, you're free to go, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Have
just
a good
make sure
day.
you pay it within the 30 days.
I will. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I don't think she's here. Oh, she's not now? Okay. Well, I guess let's email that. Because I don't think anybody's actually preparing to call over the state.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the 11 o'clock calendar, you all are here for arraignment. This is likely the first time that your case has appeared on the trial calendar where it will be resolved either through a plea, a trial, or some administrative function. Everybody's entitled to have an attorney. If you cannot afford one, please let me know and we'll talk about it at the time that your name is called and I can appoint one to you. Everyone, will expect to hear pleas of not guilty, guilty, or nolo contendory, nolo. A not guilty plea will entitle you to have a trial. That trial will take place at a later date. You'll have plenty of time to prepare. For any of you who are contemplating going to trial without having an attorney, I do have to warn you that it may put you at a disadvantage because I can't treat you any differently than I would someone who was trained in the laws of procedure and in the rules of procedure and evidence, such as an attorney on the other side. And so you may have difficulty getting evidence into the record of the court and making the proper legal arguments. If you wish to go to trial, you do have to show up, but after that, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You also have the right to not incriminate yourself under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Nobody can make you testify. Nobody can make you offer arguments or evidence in your case. If you choose to do that, then you may do so, particularly if you wish to do so with the help of an attorney. You may challenge any arguments made by the state or introduce any evidence that you wish to introduce, but you are not required to, and nobody can make you do that. If you went to trial and the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believed that the conviction was a mistake, then you would have the right to appeal it to an appellate court within 30 days of the verdict of the court. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty or nolo, you give up those trial rights, but we would resolve your case today and you could begin serving your sentence. It would allow you or you and your attorney to speak with the state to determine if you all can agree upon a sentence in the case, and then that information would be presented to the court. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means that you feel that you're guilty of the underlying offense, even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis. If you enter a plea of nolo, a nolo means that you're not contesting the evidence that the state could present to a trial court, and it is possible with that evidence they could secure a conviction, but you're not contesting the evidence, and you just wish to resolve the case without pleading guilty either. All right, so a nolo plea is helpful in a lot of ways, particularly if you're charged with traffic offenses. A nolo plea can help you avoid points on your license or a suspension of your license. But I do have to tell you, I have two areas that I need to make sure you all pay attention to. If you have a commercial driver's license, a CDL, we can't tell you what a conviction or a plea might do to your CDL. So if you're concerned, please make sure that you enter a plea of not guilty. Give yourself an opportunity to investigate what might happen and to gather all the evidence. And then if you wish to go to trial or enter a plea on the trial date, that's fine, but at least you will know what happens with your CDL. In addition to that, for the persons who are under 21 years of age, you have a harder time avoiding a suspension or points on your license. And it only takes 6 points to suspend your license, whereas it takes more for a driver over the age of 21. And if you got your license suspended, it would be a hard 6-month suspension with no temporary license privilege. So 6 points to suspend, 6 months hard suspension. So please be mindful of that when we talk about your case. Now, with respect to NOLO, if you are NOLO eligible, meaning that you haven't used it for the same or similar offense in the last 5 years, then we'll tell you that, and you may have the option of using a NOLO plea in your case, but we will discuss it with you on a case-by-case basis. All right, so Ms. Hagler, when you are back at your desk or you're ready to for me to start reading the calendar, let me know.
Your Honor, we actually have a few announcements now.
Yes.
10 o'clock.
Okay, go ahead.
Position or page. Last name Jackson.
Yes.
Page 4. Trevor, the state is going to actually non-process that case.
All right, so Trevor Jackson, your case will be null pros. You're free to go at this time. Thank you. Please be safe.
And then we're ready on some pleas from the 10 o'clock while I'm down here.
All right, I'm ready. Let's bring them up.
Mr. Bush, Your Honor, is going to come to the podium.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bush, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Ben Bush, 2021 CR 08274 for no license. You're represented by Mr. Taz Taylor of the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, my client pleads nolo contendere.
All right. By entering a plea of nolo, Mr. Bush, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 30th of 2021, Officer Christopher North and Nancy ORRIA the traffic citation driving without a valid license. This event did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. At this time, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is going to be a fine of $1,000.
All right. So, Mr. Bush, the $1,000 fine is going to be $1,420. Mr. Taylor, how long does your client need to pay the offenses before the court? Will he need family probation?
Can you pay the full amount or just the $1,000? How much is it? 1,420. 1,420, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
He's prepared to pay the $1,000 today. We're checking on the additional court fees. I believe he's going to need some additional time for the
All
full.
right. Would 60 days be sufficient to pay the remainder, Mr. Bush?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Bush, you go ahead and pay what you can pay today. They'll give you your information at the traffic court desk on the second floor. Then I'll give you 60 days to pay the additional amounts. Mr. Bush, go to the Department of Driver Services. See if you are still eligible for a license. If you are not, then please stop driving, sir, because the next time it's going to keep adding up until you're going to end up with a felony conviction, okay? All right, so just, I mean, you may be able to drive, but if you don't go and ask them to give you the test and try to get a license, they won't be able to tell you that. But if you know that you're not able to drive, then please stay off the roads because you don't want to accidentally hurt someone.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I've told Mr. Bush it's very important that he gets his license. And if he's not able to get his license, to make sure he's using Uber or no.
Yeah, because Mr. Bush, you could be using, paying somebody to drive you around, chauffeur you around, as opposed to paying these fines and fees to the court. Or you could possibly get a license, and that's what, $40 as opposed to $1,420. Let's try and make economic sense, Mr. Bush. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so I'm going to accept your plea of nolo, sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $1,000. I've told you about the surcharges. I'll give you 60 days in which to pay. It is my understanding you're going to go down to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. Pay as much as you wish to pay today, and then you'll pay the remainder within the 60 days, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. And don't be hard-headed, Mr. Bush.
No.
All right, thank you. Take care, sir. Be safe.
Good luck to you. Good luck getting the license.
All right, who's next?
Second floor.
Yeah, we're gonna do Crawford next.
All right. Come on up, Crawford. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the 11 o'clock calendar, thank you for your patience. We're going to move as quickly as we can through your cases, okay? But we're going to give you time for what you need, all right?
Just come up, pick up me. Your Honor, this is Mr. Crawford. We're ready.
All right. Mr. Crawford, move a little bit closer to Mr. Taylor, or Mr. Taylor shift over a little bit. All right. Perfect. All right. Mr. Crawford, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Sure. Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Crawford, you're before the court, State of Georgia versus Willie Allen Crawford, 2022 CR 00627 for criminal trespass. Mr. Taylor is representing you from the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, how does your client plead to the offense?
Your Honor, my client pleads nolo to the single offense.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, I do, Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please, Ms. Hagler.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about November 28th of 2020, Officer G as in girl Tillman, TILLM as in Mary AN, was dispatched to 1227 Avery, AB as in Victor, ERY Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia, Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a domestic disturbance. During his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did interfere with the property of the victim, THEOENIC as in cat, IA, last name Allen, without her consent by removing her belongings from the residence into the rear of his 2004 Jeep Grand Cherokee. The defendant also held the door, preventing the victim from entering into the residence. The defendant did admit to removing the victim's belongings and preventing her access into the residence. The defendant and the victim were previously married and lived together at the time of the incident. Your Honor, at this time, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 2 days credit for time served by suspended, and to have no contact with the victim again Her name is spelled T as in tree, Hoenic as in cat, IA. Last name is Allen, Allen.
Okay. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further from the defense. We just ask that you accept the negotiated plea.
All right. Do they share any children?
They do not, Your Honor, and they have not had any contact. This is a 2020 case.
Okay.
And they have not had any contact since this incident occurred.
All right, sounds good. So, Mr. Crawford, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. Sentence you to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia and you have no contact with Deonic Allen. All right?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Be safe. All right, and the last 2 cases are Flores and Johnson.
Your Honor, so we do have a negotiated plea for Johnson. I think Ms. Hagler is just taking a look at her license that I sent her. I think ultimately for Ms. Well, I think she's still considering what we're going to do for Ms. Flores. We're either going to have a resolution or we may ask for a one-time reset for her to finish getting her license. She started the process of getting her license. However, for Flores, can we ask for just a 30-day reset for Ms. Flores? The state is going to give her consideration for starting the process of getting her license. She just hasn't taken the road test. She just had a child, so that kind of delayed that.
All right.
Your Honor, she only has a temporary license, but once she, I guess, complete any remaining due outs, then it says here that she will receive a regular permanent ID.
All right. I'll go ahead and allow a 30-day continuance for Ms. Flores.
Thank you.
I need a copy of this.
All right. And Johnson is the last case on the 10 o'clock calendar.
And Judge, I apologize, a little confusion, but we are going to go forward on a plea for Ms. Johnson. It's just verifying something to make sure.
Okay. All right, are we ready on Johnson?
Yes, we can bring it.
She's on.
Oh.
Okay. 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 All right. Ms. Johnson, if you could please turn on your camera.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you're before the court on State of Georgia. State of Georgia versus Kenosha Shawan Johnson for no insurance, no suspended registration, no tag expired or invalid tag, and license not on person. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Judge, for count 1, she's going to enter a plea of nolo. Count 2, suspended registration will be null pros for the plea. She will enter a plea of guilty to count 3, no or expired tag, and license not on person. Count 4 should be null pros for the plea, pursuant to my understanding.
All right. So, Ms. Johnson, by entering a plea of guilty to count nolo to count 1 and guilty to count 3, counts 2 and 4 will be null pros. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about August 29th of 2021, Clayton County, Georgia, Officer McHale, M as in Mary, E, K as in kite, A-L-E, last name Crawl, C-R-A-W-L, issued the defendant traffic citations for having no insurance, driving with an invalid registration, and no license on person. Your Honor, at this time, the state's offer count 1, a fine of $200. Count 2, the state is going to not process that count. Count 3, a fine of $100, and count 4, the state's going to not process that count as well.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I'll send you to $200 fine on count 1 and a $100 fine on count 3. The $200 will be $298 with the surcharges. At count 3, the $100 fine will be $151.50 with the surcharges. And did you need more than 60 days to pay?
Judge, I believe she needs 60 days. Or do you need additional time?
All right, so ma'am, so I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay. Please put a reminder in your phone so you do not miss that deadline. If you do, an arrest warrant could issue for failure to complete a suspended sentence. So I'm going to ask you to send your email address through the chat directly to Miss Amanda Wright. So when you go into the chat, click on the name in blue, look for Amanda Wright, click on her name, and then send her your email address. She's going to send you back that information about how to pay and then how to pay online or by phone too, if you wish to do that.
Okay.
All right, and once you do that, you'll be free to go. Please make sure that you keep your documents in order, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, on the 11 o'clock calendar, first name on the calendar is LaWanda Renee Bynum. LaWanda Renee Bynum. LaWanda Renee Bynum.
Your Honor, say we move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture, please.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. Next case is Jessica Renee Clevery. Jessica Renee Clavery.
Here.
All right, so Ms. Clavery, you're before the court for failure to yield the right-of-way and no insurance. Did you wish to speak with the state and represent yourself, or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Represent myself. I also have, I'm sorry.
Are you over 20?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, and you were saying?
I actually have proof that I had insurance.
Okay. Miss Taylor, she says she has proof of insurance.
Okay, Your Honor, I need to actually go back to my office. I will give her my email address and then she can send me what she has, but I'm not in my office right now, so
Okay, well,
I can-
all right, you can head on back to your office if
Okay,
you.
perfect. Thank you.
Miss Clavery, she's gonna send you her email address, and then you can email a screenshot or paper, a picture of your proof, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Just mute until we get that done. Dayana Shaqui, it cuts off the name. So Dayana Hendricks. Last call for Dayana Hendricks. All right, Ben.
More in the bond forfeiture. My legal assistant will actually get all my files, so.
Okay, no problem. All right, Ramon Cruzette Hogan II.
He's there to court, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hogan coming up for me.
Wait.
Mr. Hogan, you're before the court for reckless conduct. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you have an attorney, or do you wish to go forward on your own?
It was. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, he's on camera. No.
All right, sir.
Tell me to.
It's okay, you can stick right here and so the camera can pick you up.
Okay, just listen to the questions I'm asking you and answer those questions, okay? Do you have an attorney, or do you wish to have appointed, or do you wish to represent yourself?
No, ma'am, I do not have an attorney. It was my understanding that it was supposed to be dismissed or dropped, so I didn't have an attorney.
Everybody thinks that. I don't know why y'all think y'all come to court and it's gonna be dismissed. I'm not sure who's standing at the courthouse saying it's gonna be dismissed, bro. Don't worry about it. But do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself and speak with the state?
At this time, I guess represent myself.
All right. Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hagler, are you ready to make a recommendation, or are you waiting on your file?
Your Honor, I'm submitting my files, but I do have a note to pre-trial with him.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Hagler can speak with you about your case, and you're choosing to represent yourself, and you all a recommendation to the court once you resolve it or just determine what you all are agreeing on.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Next on the calendar is Ellison Jonathan Hull. Ellison Hull, Hull. Ellison Hull. Last call for Ellison Hull, and I don't see that person on the calendar.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture, please.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
Marcus Rashad Johnson.
Marcus Rashad Johnson.
Your Honor, the state move for a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture will be granted. Torian Lawrence. Okay. All right.
He's coming up, Judge.
Oh. Mr. Lawrence, you're before the court for invalid registration and no tag or expired tag. Did you wish to represent yourself, or did you need an attorney to represent you?
I want to plead NOLO, but I want to figure out what vehicle it is because I don't think it was big.
Okay, sir. Did you hear the questions I asked you? Did you wish to represent yourself, or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Attorney representing me.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch will speak to you about your case, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Mr. Lynch.
All right. Masamba Mbai.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Last call for Masamba Mbai. All right. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
Jamal Shante McGowan. Jamal McGowan.
Your Honor, say move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Last call for Jamal McGowan. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
It says active inmate on my calendar.
I had that, but I had it was continued from the jail calendar. So is he an active inmate?
Do y'all have a, I can look it up on,
Okay, so we'll hold that until we can verify his status. Jada McClendon. Jada McClendon.
we have to wait for the deputy.
Okay, she's here, Your Honor, in the court.
All right, so Ms. McClendon, you're represented by Lister, Holt, and Dennis. You have 2 cases.
Judge, we'll need a conference. We hadn't had a chance to adequately go over everything.
All right, let's see if we can get a global, and if y'all could just talk to Ms. McClendon about these types of cases.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Emory Lavelle O'Hara. All right, Mr. Mel. Mr. O'Hara's on no insurance, invalid registration, and no tag or expired tag.
Yes, Your Honor. Right now, we're just gonna pre-trial with the prosecutor and see if we can get it worked out today, and then can we come back with an announcement, Judge?
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you. Good to see you, Mel.
Good to see you, Judge.
Christian Palmer, Christian Tatum Palmer.
Judge, Mr. Palmer is present in the courtroom. I will need a conference with Mr. Palmer.
All right, so you're aware that Mr. Palmer has 2 cases?
I was aware that we are appointed on one of the 2. We can fashion an appointment order for the other case as well.
That's fine. I'll appoint on the other case. All right, Nicola Denise Sanders. Nicola Denise Sanders.
She's in court, Your Honor. She's coming up.
All right.
In court, Your Honor. I will need to talk to the state, but we may have a resolution today. I'll just need to go over the fine details of that.
All right. Whitney Tyron Smith. Whitney Tyron Smith.
Present, Judge.
All right, and Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
you're charged with improper lane change and no insurance information card. Did you wish to speak with the state about your case, or did you need an attorney to represent you?
I wish to speak with the state.
All right, and you're over 21, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Ms. Hagler is in the courtroom, and she's going to get an opportunity to speak with you directly about your case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Desiree Marie Tarver.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Alexandra Lewis here for Ms. Tarver. She's also present on Zoom.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
Go ahead.
for purposes of today, we will waive formal arraignment and enter a plea of not guilty. This case is actually being referred to pretrial diversion. We're just waiting on that referral to be completed, Judge.
Okay, so do you know when the next enrollment is?
I don't, Your Honor. We've sent all of the paperwork, so we've completed everything on our end. Miss Arnold actually reached out to me earlier today and said they were just waiting on the referral. I believe the state was going to ask for it to be continued to a status, but I don't have a date.
Yes, Your Honor. All we know at this moment is that the next enrollment is next month in October. We don't have an actual date just yet, but the defendant and her attorney should be given a call with that date for next.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and do a 30-day continuance pending entrance into PTI. If your client does get into the program, then you and your client are excused from appearing, and then the state will just make the announcement that you're in PTI.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Take care. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Shakiba Jalea Williams. Shakiba Jalea Williams.
Your Honor, say move for a bench warrant.
Last call for Shakiba Jalea Williams. Has anyone heard from Justin Goodman?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It does appear that this case was waived on 8/20.
Yeah, I see. Oh, yeah, that's right. He filed a waiver. So. And that's the last case on the 11 o'clock calendar. You all will go ahead and pre-try and then any announcements, I'll take those, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Is Ms. Terrell still on? And Your Honor, we do have an announcement from McGowan.
All right, go ahead.
So we were able to confirm the defendant is still in jail, so we can put him on the next, I guess, jail arraignment calendar, but he is still in.
All right, Ms. Val? Okay, she must have stepped off for a second. All right, we'll verify it in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
What did you say, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, McGowan is jail. He's he is still in jail.
Okay, let me look into it.
Yeah, he's not up. And I'm not sure why it was continued because I can't remember. I usually have a kind of a thought about why it would have been continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
Judge. Judge Hayward.
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like at the time that he was to appear for us for arraignment, they had turned him over to Douglas County, and that was on 7/23. And then I guess they brought him back here, and he's supposed to arraign today. So if he doesn't, if they didn't bring him up, we could just see him on Tuesday. How do you want to handle it?
I don't think they brought him up, and then the courtroom's kind of full, and I didn't want to take the deputy out of play in the courtroom before that, so we could just bring him up on Tuesday.
Yeah, we could bring him up on Tuesday, jail calendar.
Yeah, I guess I didn't note that he was on loan, but cool. Thank you.
On loan to Douglas County at the time that he was supposed to appear for us, and then that's when they got that.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Y'all can continue to
We set him to Tuesday.
And that's next Tuesday, Judge, for jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I have an announcement while I still have you online, Judge. So, position page.
You can just say the name. I got him ready.
Last name is O'Hara.
Yeah, Mr. O'Hara.
Your Honor, the defense counsel has provided sufficient proof, and so we're gonna not cross that case.
All right. So, Mr. O'Hara, you're free to go at this time. Thank you, Ms. Trammell. Good to see you. And that case will be no cost.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I just got one question.
Yes, ma'am.
On his case. So at one point he had got a bench warrant, and I know that since he's been taken in on a bench warrant, we don't need to do a motion to set aside the bench warrant.
Right.
Is there anything that we need to do?
All right, Ms. Wright, there's nothing outstanding for Mr. O'Hara, is there?
Give me just a moment to look, but there shouldn't be.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Wright's going to check, and when she does, just go ahead and make the announcement, Ms. Wright. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge.
All right, take care. Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Please be safe and keep your documents good, okay? All right, you're free to go, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me get your file. Your Honor,
yes,
Attorney Terrell, I'd like to get a type of disposition. Who does she need to, I guess, email or contact for the case today?
For who? I'm sorry.
Attorney Terrell, I'd like to get a copy of the disposition for her and her client.
Oh, she can get one from the clerk's office on the second floor. Or she can, well, yeah, that's the quickest way.
Okay.
Mr. O'Hara is not wanted. There's no open bench warrant against him.
All right, so Mr. O'Hara is good to go. We'll go ahead and, yeah, if Ms. Trammell, if you go to the second floor to the clerk's window for the cashier's window on the second floor, that should be up in a moment, okay?
Yes, Judge. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Okay, be safe. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. One announcement on Ms. Jada McClendon. On both cases, defense is entering a not guilty at this time.
All right, Mr. Taylor, Ms. McClendon, you have been charged with cases that have battery elements. So you have bond conditions. Please make sure that you adhere to the bond conditions. If you do not remember or know what the bond conditions say before you leave this building, go to the first floor in the state court clerk's office and get a copy of your bond conditions. If you've been told to stay away from a particular person, or you've been told to not go to a particular location, if you were to violate your bond conditions by having contact with that person, going to that location, or picking up additional charges, because technically you've already done that, then you could have your bond revoked. You could face additional charges of felonies or misdemeanors. You could remain in jail until your cases are resolved. So please make sure that you do not pick up any additional charges and that you do not have any contact with anybody listed on either of the two bond conditions. Are we clear?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. McClendon. She is aware of the bond conditions, specifically Brianna Tucker on the first case, who is her sister. And I've told her not to have any contact, and they don't generally, they don't live together. So I've informed her not to have any contact until we get this matter resolved.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is my client free to leave?
He is at this time, yes. Just keep in touch with your attorney, Ms. McClendon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so the remaining cases on the 11 o'clock calendar are Clavery, Hogan, Lawrence, Palmer, Sanders, Smith.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, let me make sure she's still online. You gotta talk. Judge, we're ready for a negotiated plea whenever you are.
Ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Last name is Smith, first name is Whitney.
All right, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Whitney Teron Smith for improper lane change and in no insurance information card. How do you plead to the offenses before the court?
No law.
Okay, but to both offenses?
Your Honor, the state doesn't go non-cross count two.
All right. By entering a plea of no low to count one, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Smith, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do.
All right, factual basis, Ms. Hagler, and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 28th of 2021, Officer Fatima, F as in Frank, A, T as in tree, IMA, Nativ, K as in kite, H, A, T as in tree, I, B as in boy, issued the defendant 2 traffic citations in Clayton County, Georgia, one for improper lane change and the other one for failure to maintain policy information card. At this time, Your Honor, the state's recommendation to count one is a fine of $100 and the state is going to not cross count two.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, the $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. And sir, did you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
I can pay today.
All right, so when you go downstairs, you're gonna go down to the second floor. You're gonna go 1 floor down, come through the double doors into the hallway and go to your left. When you go to your left, you're gonna see the traffic court cashier's window. They're gonna take your payment and they'll give you your paperwork, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Smith, be safe and please keep your documents in order, okay? That's important.
Yes, ma'am, thanks.
Take care.
Logan, you were. Okay. No, my question was, are you representing yourself and you ask the judge if the best option is for point for everything? Okay, do you want to pre-charge with me, the state, or who the offer is, or, okay. Let me get your file. So I think I have one case.
That I have to do in meetings, brother.
Your Honor, when you're ready, I have an announcement on Mr. Hogan.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the defendant wishes to plead not guilty.
All right, so on Hogan,
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, she might have some instructions for you.
all right, so Mr. Hogan, you're charged with reckless conduct. If there is a bond condition that requires you to stay away from a particular individual or location, please make sure you adhere to that bond condition. Please make sure that you, if you're entering a plea of not guilty, that means that you are preparing to go to trial. Please make sure that you do any and all things necessary for trial. On that date, you are not required to present any evidence or testimony, but if there's evidence and testimony that you would like to present, it has to be available on your trial date. And so are you choosing to go to a bench trial or a jury trial?
I'm not sure what the difference is between the two trials.
Okay, a bench trial would be before a judge where the judge would hear the evidence and to make a determination about guilt or innocence and also impose sentence. A jury trial would be one where a jury would hear the evidence A jury of 6 people would hear the evidence and make a determination about guilt or innocence, and then the judge would sentence.
That's the bench trial.
All right, so those come up pretty quickly because they move a little faster. So just be prepared for that to come up within the next several months. Also, did you have any questions at this time? If there are any subpoenas that you wish to have issued, you need to get those from the state court clerk's office on the first floor of this building. Just let them know that you need witness subpoenas or document subpoenas, and they'll provide those to you to serve, okay?
The officer who issued. the
Okay,
subpoena was
yeah,
on-
don't expect the other side to bring your witness. So if there's a particular officer that you want to be there, make sure that you subpoena them also, because the state is gonna bring who they believe will make their case, and it may not be who you believe will make the case.
Okay,
So
I need to have them subpoenaed for that particular court date. They're on the Zoom call now, but
okay, yeah, that's not notice. So it would require a subpoena.
okay.
All right, all right. And sir, at the time of trial, I'm going to read to you what's called a Ferrata warning, and I will have you sign a document stating that you're choosing to go forward without an attorney. Well, I'll give you the warnings. On a bench trial, it's a little simpler, but to make sure that you wish to go forward without an attorney. You can always change your mind. If on the date of trial you show up with an attorney, that's fine.
So I have the right to get an attorney before then. I just have to have the attorney before that date.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And as much before the date as possible, because attorneys hate to be shoved into a trial last minute with a judge who may not give them a continuance, but also B, he may be able to negotiate with the state a resolution that would be better, and you're entitled to what's called discovery from the state, where they give you information that they are relying upon to prosecute your case. So you're entitled to it also, but the attorney is going to know how to request it.
Okay.
All right. Everybody, here's the thing, Mr. Hogan. Everybody thinks it's simple. So I've had people say to me, oh, well, it's just simple. I mean, it was just a misunderstanding. And I get that. The only difference is once you come to court, we have rules of evidence and rules of procedure. And you may have a perfectly clear explanation or proof for why what you were charged with is not you aren't guilty of it, but getting it into the record of the court past the rules and objections of the other side may be difficult. So that's when I say you have a total right to represent yourself, but it may be difficult to do so. That's what I mean. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I was just caught off guard, so I was unprepared for some of these things that I'm being asked today, but I'll make sure I get everything together.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Is there an announcement on Clavery or Lawrence or Palmer or Sanders?
Your Honor, I'm speaking with Mr. Lawrence currently.
Okay. All right. I'll be back when you all have an announcement.
The clerk office here on the second floor. Yeah, you get that. You are.
This is Mr. Palmer. He's there. He's trying to resolve all of the I mean, so here's the thing, on this older case, on the 2020 case, he wasn't sure, the officer didn't charge him with insurance. He doesn't have proof of intention, he doesn't have proof of that.
So we don't have a bank on
He doesn't, he has a car with insurance now.
Okay.
But the insurance is on, the insurance covers the cosign.
So does it cover, yeah, it's part of the driving now?
Yeah.
You can show what you're driving now and show that insurance is covering it.
What's up, right? Yeah. So basically, so that will get rid of no insurance on this.
Again, it's proof that you have insurance on what you're currently driving.
Okay. But then again, okay, so then the rest of these are.
So lane drive.
Lane drag, that's I'm pretty sure that's at 150, right?
Okay. Oh. Your lane.
What is the reckless driving?
Yeah, $100.
No. Can't put that kind of stuff in that application. In fact, some may say you're right. We're not sure if that's good. Do you got police support? Yeah. So are you driving that on?
I don't really Rambo, I don't own no Maserati.
Or are you driving now?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything to show proof of your valid registration for the car you have now?
You said that we're gonna do no contest. Judge, we're ready to go forward on a plea for Mr. Christian Palmer to resolve both cases. And then I just have Ms. Sanders who I can hopefully get resolved pretty quickly.
And Ms. Clavery, did I say that right, Jessica? I will be with you
Yes.
because you're not represented, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'll be with you shortly. I think it's your
Okay.
information you want to send over, so give me a few minutes.
All right, and Mr. Lynch, what was your announcement? I'm sorry, it was kind of garbled.
I apologize, Judge. For Mr. Christian Tatum Palmer, we have a resolution for both separate cases.
Okay, I'm ready for Mr. Palmer.
And okay, we're ready to go forward.
And Your Honor, as part of a negotiated plea, the state is going to non-pros case number 2021 CR 08652.
Okay, so that's the no insurance, too fast for conditions breaks, that one?
Yes, and then on the second case ending in 08659, the state is only moving forward on reckless driving.
On which one?
Reckless driving, count 2.
Okay, all right, so all of the other ones will be no prost or merge?
Not prost, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Palmer, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Christian Tatum Palmer, 2021 CR 08659 and 2021 CR 08652. The case for 2021 CR 08652, and in each of the 4 offenses will be no pros per the negotiations between Mr. Lynch and Ms. Hagler. We're proceeding on case 2021 CR 08659, count 1 laying drags, count 2 reckless driving, count 3 window tint violation, count 4 driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 5 no license, count 6 no insurance, count 7 improper lane change, count 8 failure to yield the right of way, and count 9 1 ounce of marijuana, 1 ounce or less. You're entering a plea of guilty, is it, to count 2?
We were going to ask for NOLO, but actually,
Nope.
so okay, it's fine. But he'll plead guilty.
All right, so by entering a plea of guilty, and counts 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 will be no cost. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Oh, we can stipulate to a factual basis, Judge.
No, I want to hear it.
Yes, Your Honor. So on or about January 3rd of 2021, the officer A, as an Apple Gonzalez, did observe the defendant travel in the left turn lane while officer had his emergency lights on, attempted to conduct a traffic stop. The defendant immediately laid drags in front of the officer and then traveled through the intersection and onto Manor Jackson Boulevard at a high rate of speed. The defendant failed to yield to the officer's emergency vehicle for approximately 1 mile. After catching up to the defendant, Officer Gonzalez was able to block off the suspect's vehicle, and at that point told the defendant to exit the vehicle. And at that point, he was handcuffed. And during the search, officer located 5.81 grams of marijuana in the defendant's pocket. Also, during the search, the defendant's driver's license was suspended for a super speeder on December the 10th of 2020. The defendant was unable to provide insurance on the vehicle, and the vehicle also had an illegal front windshield tint and side window tint. At this time, the state is going to now cross in exchange for the defendant's plea, case number 2021 CR 08652. And for case number ending in 08659, the state's gonna now cross counts 1 and then 3 through 9. And for count 2, a fine of $600, as this is the defendant's second reckless driving in 10 years. According to his GCIC, there was also another reckless driving violation on December 12th of 2019.
Anything on behalf of Mr. Palmer?
No, Judge, we would just ask that you accept the plea as negotiated.
Mr. Palmer?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
old are you, sir?
I'm sorry, can you?
How old are you?
27.
Okay, so I'm going to put this down as some useful indiscretion. Because there's a point in your life where your brain is not fully developed, and I call it the 20 stupid period, before we realize the consequences of our actions, where we're spending money uselessly, where we're laying drags and having to buy new tires as much as 4 tires cost, but we think it's appropriate to mess up the city streets, laying drags, and to possibly, cause somebody to be hit or killed with reckless driving. There's a period after that happens that we settle down and we realize that there are more serious things to undertake, and fun can be had in different ways. I hope that we are past that point, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I'm not a fan of folk. I mean, I understand, I like to drive, I drive stick, get me behind the wheel of a car with a little power on it. But I have learned coming out of my 20s that is not always the best way to do it. And that they have motor speedways and small tracks around Georgia that they will rent time to you and your friends if this is what you wish to do.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go there and rent time. They might even have an ambulance on site just in case y'all mess up and somebody gets hurt, but not on the streets of the cities and counties of Georgia. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And just from the dates of these offenses, I would hope that this was just you being youthful and doing what young people do.
Yeah, I was just young.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Palmer. I'm going to accept your plea on case 2021 CR 08652. I'm sorry, 08659. The plea to count 2. Guilty plea, which is going to be a fine in the amount of $600. It's going to be closer to 800 or so. I don't have that memorized. I have a chart somewhere where it tells me, but I don't have it memorized for the surcharges. But sir, do you wish to pay that today or have additional time? I can give you up to 60 days in which to pay.
Yes, ma'am. I have to pay. You can 60 days is fine, but I'll have to pay by the end of this week.
Okay, all right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is when you leave the courtroom, go down to the second floor. Don't leave the building without your paperwork. If you want to make a payment today, you can do that and then come back and pay the rest, but you'll get your paperwork at the traffic court window. So when you come back into the hallway through the double doors, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window, okay? All right. Thank you, sir, and be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so the last cases are Sanders and Clavery. Do y'all need some time to talk those out?
I just need a minute to start talking to Sandy, so I'm just, she wants to resolve it.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna pre-try briefly with Attorney Lynch, and then I'll go back to my office and I will just be requesting a breakout room for Miss Clavery.
Okay, that's fine.
Finish pre-prying with Attorney Lynch, and I'll go back to my office. Thank you, Judge, for your patience.
Hello? Hello?
Anyone coming in for the 1 o'clock calendar, just please be patient. We're finishing some stuff up from the previous calendar. Please mute your device and please make sure your full first and last name are on the calendar, on the screen. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how,
What's your name, sir?
I'm sorry, I'm Eric Green. I don't know how to do this. I'm not,
Is it green with an E at the end or just regular green?
just regular green, man.
There you go, sir. All right, we'll be with you in a few moments.
Okay, thank you so much.
I need some tissue.
Hello? Yeah, turn it on. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I was so confused. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're just waiting for the attorneys to come back and make some announcements, and then I'll make an announcement, and we'll get started a little bit after 1, okay? So if you'll just mute your device, we'll be with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. We're here now.
I'm nervous a little bit.
It's okay. You're at home. You're not even at the courthouse. Just take a deep breath. Walk
Okay.
around.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are we ready with announcements? We only have 2 cases left, three cases left.
Yes,
Clayton?
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, I do have an announcement. I'm not sure what's going on, but I do have an announcement on Lawrence. The state is gonna not process that case.
All right, Lawrence is free to go at this time.
Thank you.
And Sanders and Clavery.
Are you ready on Sanders? Attorney?
We're ready on Sanders.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you one thing in the chat, but
Okay.
but she's gonna resolve it through a plea based on
Okay.
what we talked about.
She's present. Let's bring her up.
She's in the courtroom, Your Honor, and then I need a breakout room with Miss Clevery once we finish this plea. Okay.
Raise your right hand for me, Ms. Sanders. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? Or you gotta unmute the courtroom. All right, Nicola Denise Sanders, you're before the court on case 2021 CR 08032 for DUI, count 1, DUI less safe, count 2, open container, count 3, marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 4, and improper lane change, count 5. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Judge, she will be entering a plea to count 1, a guilty plea.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count 1, count 2 will merge. Counts 3, 4, and 5 will be no cost. You give up the right to have a trial, a jury.
I think it's gonna be non-negotiated, Your Honor.
No, it's not non-negotiated. We're accepting the plea offer that you put forward.
Okay.
I just asked about that. I didn't.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to count 1, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Ms. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December 27th of 2020, Officer M. Ward and Officer M. Milligan did observe the defendant in actual possession and control of a 1995 Honda Accord while operating it on the highway of Walt Stevens Road within Clayton County, Georgia. They observed her failing to maintain her lane when she left the roadway and struck an anchor cable that was affixed to an electrical pole. According to the officer, the defendant did have a strong odor of alcoholic beverage, and she had red, glossy eyes. The defendant did admit to consuming alcohol and recently smoking marijuana. Standardized field sobriety tests were conducted, and it did determine that the defendant had 4 of 6 clues on the HGN and 4 out of 8 on the walk and turn. The defendant was unable to perform the one-leg stand, and her results were positive for alcohol. Her PBT results were positive for alcohol. The defendant did did agree to the implied consent for blood. There was also an open can of Heineken beer that was located on the center console with half of its alcohol contents remaining. And there was, again, also a small plastic bag containing a green leafy marijuana substance that was found in her purse at approximately 1 gram. Donna, at this time, the state's offer for count one is 12 months to serve, 10 days credit for time served, balance probated, a fine of $300, 40 hours of community service. The defendant is to have no drugs or alcohol, to have random testing and screens, to have substance abuse evaluation, to follow all treatment and recommendations, to attend the alcohol or drug risk reduction program, and to attend one AA meeting a week. For counts two, that count will merge into count one, and the state is going to non-pros counts 3, 4, and 5.
All right, Mr. Lynch, anything on behalf of Ms. Sanders?
Yes, Your Honor. Just that Ms. Sanders, this is her first DUI. She never had a previous DUI conviction of any kind. She hasn't had any issues since this arrest. She's going to be coming back to Georgia, but she's currently living in Alabama, taking care of her her mother who has cancer. And so for those reasons, Judge, we're going to ask the court to consider waiving probation fees in her case, because she's going to have a lot just driving between here and Alabama if she has to at the beginning of her probationary period. This also may, you know, I've informed her she can apply for a limited permit, but this may mess up her contract. She works as a traveling electrician. She may not be able to get her next contract with the license suspension that I've warned her that will be coming as a result of this conviction. So we would ask the court to waive probation fees in this case.
Okay. All right. So, ma'am, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll send you 12 months to serve days credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you paying fine in the amount of $300. It's going to be more than the $440 because with DUI it's an enhanced fee. But I'm not sure what that is. So just be prepared for it to be a lot more than $300. 40 hours of community service, no alcohol or drugs or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You'll take a risk reduction course, a substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that is ordered after the evaluation. And you're to attend one AA meeting per week during probation. Now, the quickest way to get rearrested is to miss your probation reports. Everybody thinks it's not doing this thing or not doing that thing. No, it's the simplest thing. You must report for probation. Now, you're going to be going back and forth between Alabama and here. I understand that, but you need to make sure that you are communicating effectively with your probation officer so that they know what to expect, okay? All right, when you leave the courtroom, you're going to go outside and turn to your right. You're going to go to the next courtroom over, 305. Within the first set of double doors, there are 2 offices on the side inside the courtroom. One of those offices has a probation intake person who's going to assist you. It should be Ms. James, and Ms. James is going to help you get signed up for probation. Please ask her any questions that are relevant to your particular situation. You've requested that the probation supervision fees be suspended. We'll go ahead and suspend those for the first 6 months.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, and the last case is Clavery. I'm going to put Ms. Clavery in a breakout room with the state.
Okay.
Ms. Hagler, while you're in the breakout room, and I'll go ahead and make the speech.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and then I'll just wait for you to come back before we call the count.
Judge.
Okay, breakout. All right, so Ms. Hagler, you know you have 2 devices on unless you just got rid of one.
Oh, okay. I need to get rid of one. Okay, I will work on that. I might just log off and just log back in to make it easier.
All right, so I'm gonna put both of them in the breakout room number 1.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar for 1 p.m. Courtroom 304. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, and this is the State Court of Clayton County. I'm going to give you these announcements. Yeah, Ms. Hager, you're going to have to Send her to the breakout room. You might want to sort it out in there.
719-565-8363. 719-565.
Attorney Adam Klein, I think if you could mute that device.
I'm sorry.
All right, so for those of you who are on the calendar, everyone's entitled to have an attorney. If you do not have an attorney, but you I'll call your name and we'll have a discussion. If you cannot afford an attorney to assist you, there are attorneys present in the courtroom that I could appoint to assist you with your case. Ladies and gentlemen, the arraignment calendar is the calendar where your case will be resolved in this court finally. This is the trial court, so we may resolve your case through a trial, a plea, or some administrative function. If you choose to enter a plea of not guilty, you'll have a trial either before a judge or a judge and a jury. At trial, it is the state's burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to present any evidence or testimony. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and no one can make you give evidence or testimony during your trial. However, if you choose to do so, you may do that, and you may challenge any arguments made by the state. If you are intent upon going forward without an attorney, please understand that the court can't treat you any differently than an attorney who knows the rules of evidence or procedure. And so you would be at a disadvantage possibly in getting evidence before the court onto the record of the court, and also navigating the rules and arguments made by the state. So please be mindful of that. If you were to go to trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that the conviction was a mistake, then you would have the right to appeal your conviction within 30 days of the verdict of this court. Now, those are the rights that come with going to trial. If you choose to enter a plea of guilty or nolo contendere, which means no contest, then the court is going to resolve your matter today. You can begin serving your sentence or paying your fines and fees as is appropriate in each case. A guilty plea, even if you don't agree with all of the actual circumstances presented by the state, you do believe you're guilty of the underlying offense, and I'll allow you or you and your attorney to speak with the state so that you can determine the best course of action when you all come before the court about your sentence. If you are entering a plea of nolo means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use against you at trial, and it might result in a conviction. You are not contesting that evidence that the state has, but you are also not entering a plea of guilty. You're not saying that you're guilty, but you're not contesting the evidence, and you do wish to resolve the case. If you do that, then a nolo plea may have some benefits for you, but you have to be eligible to use a nolo plea. You haven't used a nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. And we'll let you know if you're nolo eligible. Now, nolo pleas are beneficial, particularly in traffic offenses, because it may help you avoid points on your license. It may help you avoid a suspension of your license. If you are a commercial driver, if you have a CDL, we cannot tell you what could happen with a conviction or a plea, how that might affect your CDL. Please do the research. If you are here today and you're not sure what might happen, you could enter a plea of not guilty. While you're preparing for trial, you could research what might happen with a conviction or a plea. And then when you come back to trial, you can either try your case or you could enter a plea if you have reached a satisfactory agreement with the state. But it will give you time to make sure that you don't mess up your livelihood. Also, if you're an under 21 driver, It is easier to accrue enough points for a suspension because you only need 6 points to suspend your license, and the suspension will be a hard 6-month suspension with no possibility of a permit. So please be mindful when you come before the court that that is what's on the line. All right, at this time, we're going to call the calendar. All right, the first case on the 1 p.m. calendar is Nasir Brown. Nasir Brown, Mr. Holton Dennis.
Nasir Brown? Judge, we made.
All right. He's in the courtroom?
No, Judge.
Have you had any contact?
No, Judge, I did make several attempts to get in contact with Mr. Brown over the last week.
Nasir Brown, last call for Nasir Brown. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Jorge Ramirez Castilla, Mr. Kessler. Jorge Ramirez Castilla. All right, Ms. Val, have we heard anything from Mr. Kessler? Okay, we'll check on that. Mr. Kessler is usually present in court for his cases, or he'll not file. Brandon Kofel. Brandon Kofel. Last call for Brandon Kofel.
You understand for bench warrant?
Kofell. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. Next is Coulter Alaria Davis.
Yes.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Alaria Davis Coulter. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. Ms. Davis Coulter, you're represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis, Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor. If we could ask that Ms. Coulter send her good phone number where we can reach her at now. We haven't had a chance to talk to her prior to today.
All right, Ms. Davis Coulter, do you use the chat function?
Say again.
You know how to use the chat function.
Okay, so just type my number in right here.
Okay, hold on. So when you use the chat function, what's showing in the blue box?
The blue box. Send to Amanda, right?
Okay, you want to send it, whatever name it says, you want to send it to courtroom 304. So click on what the name is and switch that to courtroom 304.
Okay.
All right, so for Mr. Castilla's case, Mr. Kessler did file a waiver, so the court is going to recognize the waiver of that case. All right. All right. So thank you, Ms. Val. Or Ms. Amanda, whoever gave me that. Oh, Ms. Castaneda, thank you. Next person on the calendar is Angela Tamaya Dupree. Angela Tamaya Dupree, Lister Holton Dennis.
Your Honor, Ms. Dupree is present in the courtroom. We're just going to ask for a conference, and I'll submit a appointment order to the case we're not appointed to.
Okay.
Ask that the state either email me or if they're going to come to the courtroom, give me the documentation on that second case.
All right.
Good.
All right. Next on the calendar is Rachel Simone Fletcher. Rachel Simone Fletcher.
Judge, I spoke to Ms. Fletcher. She indicated she would be on.
She's on by video.
Okay. I don't see Ms. Fletcher.
On the screen in a yellow blazer. Video. She had
on.
Sure.
She just had a camera on, Judge.
Yeah, Ms. Fletcher, are you present? Unmute or show me your face, please. She's been on for a while, so she may have stepped away from the camera.
I'm here. I'm trying to unmute from my phone, please. Now.
We hear you. All right. So your attorney is Mr. Lynch. Do you have a good number for Ms. Fletcher?
I do. It's the same number I contacted you on. I need to review my notes, but I think we may have a resolution for Ms. Fletcher.
Right. No problem. Ashima Franklin, I have that case was closed on August 26, 2024. Franklin, your case,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chuck Douglas from Ms. Franklin, and she is on as well. The case is closed, is that right?
yeah, I have case 2021 CR 08258 for marijuana 1 ounce or less. That was the only charge on that accusation, and
That's
I have
correct.
that case has been no prost.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're free to go. I think it was the state, not me, but you're free to go at this time.
Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you, sir. Eric Ray Green. Eric Ray Green. Mr. Green, I know you're here, so just unmute. Touch your screen. Let's see if I can help. Hold on, don't panic. Okay. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. There you are.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Green, you're before the court for a weapon in an unauthorized location, reckless conduct, carrying a concealed weapon without a permit, and no permit. And so, sir, it appears that you do not have an attorney to represent you. Have you employed an attorney on your behalf?
Ma'am, I do not. I accidentally took it. It was in my book bag. I took it to the airport and
Okay, I get it. That's generally how these cases go.
Okay.
Do you wish to have an attorney appointed to you? Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch could assist you.
please, yes, ma'am.
All right, so what's going to happen is I'm going to ask you to, Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch, if y'all could chat a test or a request to Mr. Green. Mr. Green, there's going to be a red number that pops up on your screen. Click on that. That's the chat function. So you're going to send your phone number to Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch in the courtroom 304. And they're going to call you. So I'm just going to ask that you mute your device when they call so that we don't hear what you're talking about, okay?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is
there what?
Can you tell me, is there a fine so I can just pay it and be done with it? It was
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's generally in the fine range, but I don't know specifically for these charges what the fine is. There may be some other conditions. There's usually a few other conditions. We're not talking jail time, but just usually a few other things that have to be accomplished. Yeah, just take a breath, Mr. Green. Okay, just breathe. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Lynch are going to help you, okay? All right. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I'm gonna mute you. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Green are gonna send you that little red number. When it pops up, just click on it, send them your phone number, and then they're gonna talk to you by phone and they're gonna help you work it out, okay? We're gonna get it worked out. Just don't fall apart on me. I got you. All right? My job here is to make sure that it gets worked out, okay?
Mr. Green, I've texted you, or rather I've sent a message through the chat. If you'll just respond back to that chat with your phone number, I will call you so we can discuss your case, okay?
All right. So the next case on the calendar is Denver Miguel Gregory. Denver Gregory.
Your Honor, Mr. Gregory's in the courtroom. He's represented by Lister Holt Dennis. I would like to have a conference with the state regarding his case.
I'll be down back in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, just give me a moment. Let me finish calling the calendar. That sounds good. Donnie Harris. Stephen Ward is the attorney. Donnie Harris.
Your Honor, there's a couple of attorneys here for you.
All right, come on up for me.
If that goes out, you can still see her up there.
Okay. Judge, my name is Stephen Ward. I'm here on one of the 3 cases. I'd like a pretrial with the state, if I may.
All right, so first, couple of things. One, Mr. Harris should have been violated and should have had his bond revoked a while ago. But we're here now. Mr. Harris has 3 cases which accrued in 2022, One is speeding, 2 DUIs, left safe. And are you representing him on all 3 of those cases?
Judge, I am representing him on the 2002 CR 01091 case. He initially had Ray Stein on the other DUI case. And I guess Attorney Stein came off that and just alerted Mr. Harris of that fact. Now, Mr. Harris has relocated to Pueblo, Colorado about just almost a year ago. I do have a limited power of attorney for my case. I haven't filed it with the court yet, but I have it. I can file that today. And may I inquire?
Who's that with you in the blue?
Hi, I'm Adam Klein. We represent him on case ending in 1958, which is the speeding case, Your Honor.
Okay, so where's Mr. Harris?
He's in Colorado.
He's in Colorado, Your Honor. I think he originally intended to appear on the last remaining case through his counsel and just learned that his counsel had withdrawn. We've been trying to get him to connect via Zoom, but he's been having technical problems and we're still trying to get him online, Judge.
Well, Your Honor, if he doesn't appear before the end of court, then the state will be asking for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture. He wasn't excused from court today.
Yeah.
Well, let me, like, it's not my case, but I personally spoke with Ray Stein yesterday in City Court of Atlanta. I ran into him. And I will say it's my opinion. I'm not bad-mouthing Attorney Stein, but he notified Donnie, Mr. Harris, at the very last minute when we got these notices of this case. I mean, he would have had to get a last-minute ticket from Colorado, fly in. So I would.
Well, here's the thing. Mr. Harris has known he's had 3 cases pending before my court since 2022. Number 2, if Mr. Harris chose to move to another jurisdiction, it was incumbent upon Mr. Harris to update the court as to his address so that he wasn't reliant just upon an attorney to give him notice of the date of trial or arraignment, but that would have come from us and he would have gotten that directly. And then he could have taken a plane, train, or automobile to be here on time. But guess what? The court also allows him to appear virtually for arraignment, and he still failed to do that. And so not really feeling Mr. Harris's excuses at this point. It's not Mr. Stein's responsibility to make sure Mr. Harris appears. It's Mr. Harris's responsibility to make sure that he has the correct address on file.
Well,
if I've said it
disconnected, Your Honor.
correct, let me know.
We just got a new connection. It may be him.
Okay.
We've been trying to get him on Zoom.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just happened to.
No problem.
And Judge, may I inquire, you said that his bond should have been forfeited some time ago?
Yes, because part of the bond, the bond condition is that you not acquire a new charge. He's gotten 3. So after the first one, his bond should have been revoked. I don't know how I missed this, but the fact is he's got 2 DUIs in my jurisdiction, and that doesn't make me feel good. So after the first DUI, I put the state on notice that I don't want people to keep collecting charges. This probably is a factor of having had the pandemic and cases all down in magistrate court, and then taking a minute to come up and then being accused in the solicitor's office. But he should have had a bond revocation by this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
We, for my case, would just announce pretrial.
All right. So here's the other thing. When you announce that you want a pretrial, Ms. Hagler's going to come down to the courtroom, and that's fine. Even if you announce not guilty on your case, please just don't leave it until the date of trial. Just make sure you're in constant communication with the state so that when we call the case to trial, y'all are ready to go. And in a case like Mr. Harris's, because he's out of town, if we go to trial, I'm going to try and do, if not 2 of his cases, and all 3 of them either in the same trial period or as close as possible.
Understood.
All right. All right, so let me just make sure I have my ducks in a row. So for Mr. Harris's case, the first DUI 2022 CR 01091. That's Mr. Ward.
That's correct. And just let me add this, if I may. I did not get notice of this court date. I don't know why, but we've been checking on this case for the past few years, and we just happened to check and realized we had a court date today, but I did not receive notice.
All right. Well, my apologies for that. It may be because there was a thought that Mr. Stein was probably on the cases, or something fell through the cracks with notice. But I apologize. I'm glad y'all are here. And on the case, the second DUI, Mr. Harris is at my understanding unrepresented.
That's correct.
That's our understanding.
And on the third case, which is a speeding case, that's you, Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, Adam Klein. I'm Frank Hicks, Pro Tem for the day. We've previously negotiated a plea with the state, and as soon as he can get connected on Zoom, he's prepared to plead that out.
All right, so once he comes on, then I'll go ahead and make sure that here's if you all need Mr. on the Motorola 2023, are you Mr. Harris? Gentleman in the orange shirt or yellow shirt, are you Mr. Harris?
No, ma'am. I'm Stevie Payne.
Stevie Payne?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on just a second.
Because we asked him to relocate his position and see if we don't think he had internet. He tried numerous times to get on. He's got the information, the meeting ID and the password, but he just so far has been unable to connect.
I think it's just a matter of him finding internet access that's sufficient to get him connected. If he can just find coverage or find Wi-Fi, he should be able to get on.
Okay, he can't use his phone's radio signal.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The speaker sort of cut out there. I didn't quite catch that last sentence.
Well, generally,
Your audio is not coming through, Judge.
But he's not here, so bench warrants, bond forfeitures are pending on all three cases until he appears. You all can have a seat for me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Janae Brazia Harris. I'm sorry, yeah, Janae Harris. I'm sorry if my audio is in and out. I'm not sure what's going on. Is this better?
Janae Harris.
Harris. Last call for Janae Harris.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture granted.
Thank you.
All right. Kimberly Jean Heisman.
Judge, Ms. Heisman is on the Zoom call. I've spoken with her. I believe we'll probably be entering a not guilty plea today, but I would like just ask her to mute her mic so I can go over the accusation and the recommendation from the state with her prior to her leaving this meeting.
All right, so Ms. Heisman, if you are indeed going to enter a plea of not guilty, you have bond conditions that were given to you at your first appearance in magistrate court. Please make sure that you are aware of what those bond conditions are. If you need another copy of it, you need to contact the clerk's office for the state court clerk of Clayton County, state court clerk, Clayton County. The clerk's name is Tiki Brown. If you Google it, you should be able to get to the website, but you need to ask for a copy of your bond conditions. Be mindful that you're not to, if your bond conditions dictate you're not to have contact with an ambulance listed on your bond conditions, or to go to a particular location on your bond conditions. If you were to violate those bond conditions, then You could be rearrested and have your bond revoked and stay in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. And also an additional bond condition is that you not pick up any additional criminal charges. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'll put the not guilty pending you all's confirmation of such. Mr. Payne, Stevie Payne. All right, Mr. Payne, unmute your device.
Hello?
All right, so Mr. Payne, you're before the court for driving under the influence and obstructing the intersection. Sir, do you have an attorney representing you?
No, I'm 100% absolutely innocent of these charges.
Okay, sir,
I had
that's
contacted,
not what I asked you.
I had contacted Brad Moody to represent me in this.
Is represented by Brad Moody on a second case, if you look at the next page.
Yeah, Mr. Moody, is he representing both cases, sir? Why?
Yes, ma'am. You have to come up with the
He's only
retainer fee.
an appearance on one of them.
Ma'am.
He is only.
I'm going to retain him for the second one.
Hold on a second. There's a lot of background noise in your home or wherever you are. Can you turn the TV off or whatever it is?
Okay. What about now? Is this better?
That's much better. Okay.
Okay.
So I can't Mr. Moody representing you sometimes as he does something entering an appearance. He's entering an appearance on one of your cases, but you represented on the other case. And sir, let me just say, 2 DUI cases, those are serious. You need to get somebody on if you intend to get them quickly.
Judge, your sound is going out. We vaguely. Yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Payne.
Yes.
All right. So, do you intend to hire Mr. Moody for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is a 2021 case, sir. How long is it going to take you to get him on board?
At the say about the 25th of this month.
All right. He sent a waiver for the second case. All right. So, Mr. Payne.
Yes, ma'am.
Continuance. When you appear on the next, we're not going to give another continuance. By the time you appear on the next, you need to have hired Mr. or some other attorney if you intend an attorney.
Okay. I apologize. I didn't understand anything that you said.
I said that if you intend to hire Mr. Moody or some other attorney, you need to do it for your next appearance.
Okay. I will have that done before the next hearing if I receive proper notice.
Okay. Have you moved?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you need to let the clerk's office know your new address. Your responsibility.
I have. Yes, ma'am. I have. I did a change of address, and that's where the Zoom meeting has come to my address here in Tennessee.
Okay, so you did get notice of this hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then that's where we'll go for the next one.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Payne. You're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Wait, Mr. Payne, I
Ma'am.
see the old cases, but you know what you're here for. Part of your bond is that you not get any additional criminal charges. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. if I could just speak for just a second.
No, I don't want you to, because I don't want you to mess up your defense, okay?
Okay.
All right, but just as long as you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free
As
to
I
go.
understand, as I understand it right now, at the next time I get a hearing notice, I will have had to hire an attorney or Mr. Moody. Is that correct?
Yeah, if he wants to represent you on the other case, fine. Or if you get another attorney to represent you on the other case, fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to stay with Mr. Moody.
All right, that's up to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, next on the calendar is Lazaro Peña Cirillo. Lazaro Peña Cirillo.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Lazaro Peña Cirillo. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, Jonathan Nathaniel Ray, Lawrence Korn is the attorney.
Your Honor, my calendar says that a waiver was submitted on September the 3rd.
Okay, so waiver. All right, yeah, I didn't have that on my calendar. All right, so that's the last case on the 1 p.m. calendar. So we have Brown was a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Castilla is a waiver. Davis Coulter is still waiting to speak with her attorney. Dupree, Fletcher, Franklin was a no pros. Green, Gregory, we're waiting for Harris's appearance. If Mr. Donnie Harris doesn't appear, then there will be 3 cases for bench warrants, bond forfeitures. Janae Harris, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Heisman is my understanding that's going to be a not guilty. Is that correct, Mr. Lynch?
Your Honor, Mr. Lynch stepped out of the courtroom. I believe that's correct.
All right, Mr. Payne, you're free to go, so you can turn off your camera and you're free to leave at this point. Okay, unless you want to just listen, that's fine too. Mr. Payne, Ms. Heisman is a not guilty. Mr. Payne is continued to hire attorney for his second case. Cirillo is a bench warrant bond forfeiture, and Ray is a waiver. So we're waiting on those cases I named previously: Davis Coulter, Dupree, Fletcher, Green, Gregory, and Harris. I'll await announcements. Do I need to do any breakout rooms? Otherwise, are you all going to talk in the court?
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor, I'm going down to the courtroom to speak with the attorneys, and I do have an announcement once you're ready for the 11 o'clock calendar, whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Ms. Clavery, page 1, the state is going to non-pros that case.
All right, so Ms. Clavery, the case is going to be non-pros. I'll go ahead and do that now. You're free to go. Please be safe. Keep your documents in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your patience, ma'am. Take care.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm on my way down now. I don't think anyone on Zoom requested the pretrial with me, so.
No, I think all the attorneys for the people on Zoom are in the courtroom.
So I'm headed down now, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We'll be back.
Your Honor, can you ask Mr. Green to check his chat?
All right, Mr. Green, look and see if you see that red number. Click on that. You got it? Give me a thumbs up if you see it. You don't see it yet? He said he doesn't see it. Touch your screen. If you're using a phone, sometimes it'll go away. Touch your screen and see if there's a chat waiting for you.
Trying to make yeah. She's free to leave. Oh, I need to verify that. She
right, ladies and gentlemen, so the attorneys will be back in a moment with announcements.
Ms. Heisman entered a not guilty plea. May she please be excused? She's gonna make.
Yes.
Not guilty.
Yeah, I told Ms. Heisman about the bond conditions and she's free to go at this time. Ms. Heisman, you're free to go at this time.
She wanted to know.
Mr. Green, this is Mr. Taylor. I'm going to step out of the courtroom and call you, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Fletcher, could you unmute, please?
If
Ms. Fletcher? I just attempted to call your phone. I need to.
I was just calling you back.
Okay, I'm gonna step out into the hall and I'm gonna call you, okay? Just make sure you're muted on here.
Okay.
They don't hear our conversation.
Okay. Okay.
Your Honor, when you are ready, I have a quick announcement for Ms. Fletcher.
I'm ready.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is actually going to not cross that case. The defendant has provided sufficient proof.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fletcher. You're free to go at this time. All right, we're still waiting for announcements on Davis Coulter, Dupree, Green, Gregory, and Mr. Harris has not as yet shown for any of his 3 cases.
Okay, so his attorney is still here. I will go ahead and speak to his attorney, and again, if he hasn't shown up by then we would just renew our bench warrant motion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And the next person that we should be able to do when Attorney Lynch comes back in should be Gregory.
All righty.
Yes. No, not Gregory. One second, Your Honor.
That's okay. Y'all just make the announcement when y'all are ready.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Judge, we do have a negotiated plea to resolve Ms. Dupree's open matters.
Alrighty, are we ready for the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Dupree, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Angela Tamaya Dupree, 2021 CR 08257 for criminal trespass. You're represented by Attorney Owen Lynch, who's with you at the podium. Mr. Lynch, what did your client plead to the offense before the court?
No contest.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about April 13th of 2021, Officer A. Shirley
I'm sorry, that's just the first one. What's going on with the second one? 2022 CR 00954.
Judge, she'll be pleading guilty to count 4. I believe the remaining charges will be null pros. Counts 1 through 3 if Ms. Hagler can confirm, but I believe that's the agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, she'll plead guilty to count 4. All right, and 1, 2, 3 will be null pros.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, alrighty. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, no worries. So on or about April 13th of 2021, Officer A. Shirley did obtain a warrant for the defendant for the charge of criminal trespass, and that she knowingly locked the victim, who is Christopher Dupree, out of the residence in which that her and the victim, who is also her brother, lived together at that time. The defendant did admit to interfering with the victim's belongings by locking the victim out of the residence. This incident did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. The state's recommendation is a fine of $100 for that charge. Regarding case number 2022 CR 00954, on or about October the 20th of 2021, Officer Joshua Bramuller, B as in boy, RAUMULLER, did issue the defendant 3 traffic citations in Clayton County, Georgia. 1 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, another citation for child restraint violation, and then another citation for failure to stop at a yield sign. The state's offer on that case is we're going to null pros counts 1 through 3 and a fine of $50 on count 4.
All right. Mr. Lynch?
Judge, that's that was the understanding. We just asked the court to accept it and give Mr. Dupree 60 days or how much time? So she needs just give her 30 days to pay. She says she can pay by tomorrow, but I just asked for 30 days to make absolutely certain.
All right. So Ms. Dupree, I'm going to accept your plea on the case 2021 CR 08257, a nolo plea to criminal trespass. That'll be $100, $151.50 with the surcharges. And you said that you need 60 days in which to pay?
30 days.
Okay. All right. And then on the additional case 2022 CR 00954 for count 4 child restraint violation, the fine will be $83.25 with the surcharges, and I'll give you 30 days to pay. All right, so before you leave the court, I'm going to ask you to go down to the second floor go to the traffic court window. They'll give you your paperwork. They'll give you the exact date on which you need to pay, and you can talk to them about paying online or by phone if you choose to do that also, okay?
Yes.
All right, so just head to the second floor. Please do not leave the building without your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, who's next? Davis Coulter, Green, Gregory.
I'll speak to Miss Davis Coulter now.
All right, you need a breakout room. What do you need? Are you calling?
I'll call you on.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
We're ready to proceed with Mr. Green.
All right,
If he's,
he logged off.
I told him, I spoke to him by phone. I will call and tell him he needs to log back in, Your Honor. Mr. Gregory is in the courtroom and we're ready to proceed with him as well.
All right, Mr. Gregory, come on up. Raise your right hand for me. Mr. Gregory, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 08247, improper lane change, reckless driving, racing on the highway, and impeding traffic. What does your client plead to the offenses, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. To count one, the state has agreed to null cross. To count two, we are entering a no-low contendory plea. To count three, also a no-low contendory plea. To count four, the state will be null crossing that charge as well.
All right. So, Mr. Gregory, you're entering a plea of no load to counts 2 and 3. Counts 1 and 4 will be no pros. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis for recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 15th of 2021, the defendant did receive several warrants from Officer Brandon Marshall. He received a warrant for reckless driving, in that he did drive on the highway of the state of Georgia, losing control, which resulted in the defendant colliding with 2 other vehicles. The victims were James Banks, Johnny Brown, and Darlene Garland. The defendant also received a warrant for driving too fast for conditions, in that he was driving in a greater speed than was reasonable and prudent under the conditions of the highway during rush hour traffic, again, which resulted in a multi-vehicle accident. Additionally, the defendant received a warrant for racing on the highway in an attempt to outgain, outdistance, or prevent another vehicle from passing, which resulted again in a multi-vehicle accident. And then lastly, the defendant received a warrant for failure to maintain lane when he failed to drive his 2019 Dodge Challenger nearly as practicable entirely within a single lane and crossing another lane where he struck, again, 2 vehicles, causing a multi-vehicle accident. Your Honor, at this time, the state's recommendation is count 1, the state is going to null cross. Count 2, a fine of $1,500, 50 hours of community service. The defendant is to complete defensive driving and he is to be placed on probation. On count 3, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 2, and then the state of Illinois pause count 4.
All right, Mr. Gregory, I hope this was just youthful indiscretion and not something that has continued to date. It's my understanding that these cases are pretty old, and so hopefully you were just in the 20 stupid phase of life and you have learned since then.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you see, even though you escaped the incident, several other people were harmed because of your actions. Now, imagine if somebody else were the person who was doing the driving and one of your loved ones was in one of those cars. Imagine how upset you would have been at that person.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, so I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you on count 2 to 12 months to pay probation, to pay a fine in the amount of $1,500, and the surcharges on that gonna make it over 2,000 probably. 50 hours of community service and a driver improvement course. Please do not Google driver improvement courses. I want you to go to the Department of Driver Services website. They have a pull down menu where you can find approved courses. Please choose one of those that has been approved by the state of Georgia through the Department of Driver Services. And once you have completed all of your probation requirements, then unless someone else has a problem, we can TOC. All right, so count 3 will run concurrent with count 2. It's 12 months probation. Sir, the quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports. But if you complete all of the fines and fees, the community service and the driver improvement course, and show proof of that to probation, at that time, your probation can terminate, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. All right, Mr. Harris seems to have logged on, I believe. I'm still waiting on Mr. Green. The attorneys for Mr. Harris, now that he's here, did you all need to speak with him, talk to him? Let's talk about what needs to happen now. Well, there he is.
All right, Your Honor, on the speeding case, we've negotiated a resolution with the state. I think there were some questions about whether they wanted to enter it before the DUIs had been established, but we are ready to go forward.
All right, so you're ready to take the plea on the speeding case?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, I think we previously submitted a plea in absentia, but
I'm sorry, something about a plea in absentia?
we had previously submitted one, Your Honor, but as the defendant is here, we can
Okay, because
or just proceed with him here. He's on Zoom, yes. Okay.
Mr. Donnie Harris. All right, unmute
Yes, sir.
for
He's the guy next to me.
and raise your right hand.
Can you hear Mr. Harris? Oh, there we go.
Donnie, we can't hear you. Unmute.
He's unmuted.
Okay, can you speak up for me, Mr. Harris? All right, so Mr. Harris, put your hand down for me. Let me explain something. When you come on, like you're initiating the Zoom, you have to choose computer audio or device audio. So touch your computer screen. Do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone? Okay, click on that. There's a up arrow right next to it. Click on that up arrow for me. All right, and it should say select speaker, same as system. Okay, try that. All right, Mr. Harris, speak for me. Okay, it's not a matter of where you are. You probably have very good internet. I just need you to sit down. It's just that you have not chosen the right thing on your device. All right? Okay, you talking, I still can't hear you. What I need you to do is calm down. Did you, when you touch computer audio, okay, did you go to the arrow? Okay, and there should be several choices there, but you're looking for computer or device audio. All right, yeah, do you see anybody who it looks young? Hey, it's the best tech out there. If you see anybody who looks young, like 21, 20, in the 20s, younger, ask them to help you connect to the computer audio.
Sometimes logging off and logging back on can help.
Okay, no. I definitely don't want to be seen as ageist, but my 11-year-old is my tech support. All right. Okay, they're in the library.
Mr. Harris, when you click that little audio, that up arrow next to audio in the lower left of your screen, where it says
There's a young person. There's a young person behind you. Grab him.
Run. Where it says select a microphone, if you pick one of the options under there, that might help. Because it looks like Zoom thinks he has an audio connection, but his laptop isn't spitting audio out.
There's a young person. I feel like tech support has arrived. Sir, I just need him to choose an audio device so that we can hear him. We can see him fine. Okay, they didn't know. Okay, hold on, Mr. Harris. Oh.
Your Honor, have them log out and log back in.
Yeah, Mr. Harris, listen to me carefully. I'm going to ask you to log off, but listen to me. When you come back in, when your Zoom is loading, it'll say choose audio, and you're going to pick device audio or computer audio. Okay, it's either device or computer audio. That's what you want. Go ahead, just log off and come back in, same way you did this. All right, did we have something on Davis Coulter?
Judge, I spoke to Ms. Coulter. She wishes to enter a not guilty plea at this time. I did get good contact information for her. Ms. Coulter, I think if you can unmute or turn on your camera.
All right, so Ms. Davis Coulter, if you have bond conditions that say you're not to have a particular, that you're not to have contact with a particular person or go to a particular location, please make sure you adhere to those bond conditions, because if you were to violate them, even by picking up an additional criminal charge, your bond could be revoked. You would spend the remainder of the time in jail until your case is resolved, and you could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand?
Okay, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a 6-month-old, and I was trying to see.
Okay,
Uh,
you're trying to see what, ma'am?
no, never mind. Never mind. I'm just.
Ms. Coulter, if there's bond conditions that need to be amended in order.
Yes.
I can.
Okay, so
address
Ms. Coulter, let me just tell you something. So if there's another parent involved in this situation, if we're gonna resolve your case pretty quickly, fine, but you're not even to have contact with that parent about the child unless you go through the court, unless you get my permission. So if you think that you need to have contact with that other person, without violating my bond order, then you need to ask your attorney to file something immediately. Do you understand?
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Thank you. All right, so not guilty for Ms. Davis Coulter. And as for Mr. Harris, let's see if he logs back on. And at this time, let me understand the posture of the 3 cases. He's gonna take the plea on speeding today, and the 2 remaining DUI cases will be not guilties. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Judge, we were communicating with Mr. Harris now. I'm sorry.
We've been attempted tech support, Your Honor.
Okay.
What was your question? I apologize.
Question was we're gonna take a plea on the speeding, and the 2 remaining DUI cases, for now, at least one of them will be a not guilty. And Mr. Harris can enter a not guilty on his own behalf on the other one.
Yes, and I went over that with him briefly, saying, I told him, look, I'm not representing you on this, but you'll need to let the judge know if it's going to be a guilty or not guilty. And Judge, just for the court's information, I'm going to talk to him after this and see if I can maybe come on board with this other case, and then just have me and maybe negotiate both of them away. But I think for purpose of today, both will be not guilties. Oh, I pre-tried my case, and we've got a little investigation to do.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll do a not guilty on the first. I'll talk to Mr. Harris if he comes back on. In fact, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to because I don't want Mr. Klein wasting his time, but I think that Mr. Harris coming back and us getting through this it's not looking good. That there was a young person there and they didn't even help.
I think he's now trying to connect using phone audio, which probably should work. He just needs to be able to get connected.
Okay.
He's at the public library and he's using somebody else's device.
Yeah, I saw the library. And usually he could go on one of their computers and somebody could walk him through, but not sure what was going on because it seemed to be in his own laptop around.
Okay, well, I'll sit there. We'll be entering not guilty on our case, but I'll wait till we get everything resolved, Judge.
All right, Mr. Harris, is this Mr. Harris, H.A.? Mr. Harris?
I think you disconnected.
Hello? Mr. Harris? Hello?
There he is.
Mr. Harris, are you okay? Let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you using your own phone? If so, put up your thumb. Are you using your own laptop? Phone? What are you using?
I believe he's on a laptop provided by the library, Your Honor.
Okay, library laptop, and they don't know how to do the audio?
Judge, he texted me that there was no audio on the device.
Okay, do they have headphones available for borrow?
Yeah, if Your Honor, if I could maybe try to help on that audio button with the mic, you're not there. Mr. Harris, can you hear me?
Oh, he just walked away. I'm not sure where he is.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris, if you can hear me, come back. There we go. All right, Mr. Harris, in the bottom left, remember that button with the big microphone? And there's that up arrow next to it. Click on that little up arrow and where it says switch to phone audio.
Okay. It might be the computer itself, Mr. Harris. So move your cursor, look down in the lower left-hand part. Do you see something that looks like a speaker with waves going out from it? Are there waves going out from it? Click on that. Okay, so down at the bottom, there should be something that says speakers. If you put your cursor down at the bottom, mine is telling me my speaker is set at 100%, but it looks like a speaker. And if it has sound, waves or little wave icons are coming from it. But whatever icons are at the very bottom of your screen, right by where the time and date should be. On the bottom of your screen, do you see any icons? Any little pictures? Nothing at all? You moving the cursor around? Are you moving the cursor around to the bottom of the screen? And there's nothing showing up? All right, so Mr. Harris, I'm going to continue these cases until we can get back. So with Zoom, let me just explain. No matter what device you're using, as long as the device has sound, when you come on, you should be able to click on computer audio. What I need you to do is, before we get back on a calendar, you're going to go to YouTube and you're going to find a video for how to Zoom, okay? You're going to watch the YouTube video for how to Zoom, how to choose audio, how to operate video. Once you watch that, you're going to practice, okay? Even if you have to go to the library to do it. You understand? All right. Okay. Because this shouldn't be this hard. It should be somebody who can check and see if there's audio on that laptop. Okay. So, all right, at this time, Mr. Harris's cases are going to be continued. Each of the attorneys will get notice. Mr. Klein, if you got a PIA, then I'll sign it when I get it. Otherwise, you can appear by video because we'll just continue the arraignment, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, my understanding is that we have a PIA and he's already provided a check, so we should be good to go.
Okay, that's fine. If you just give that to the solicitor's office, they'll get it to me.
Okay.
Because I don't actually get the check. I just get the paperwork. And also for this Mr. Taylor, Mr. Green's case, I'm gonna go ahead and continue Mr. Green's case. And then when he comes back, you run through the video, the Zoom stuff with him. And when he comes back, we'll be ready to take a plea on his case if that's what you all have worked out.
That's what we've worked out. I'll contact him because he was having difficulty reconnecting after taking my phone call. Judge, I know that probably concludes the calendar, but we have a couple of issues to bring up with you regarding bench warrant recalls.
Okay, well then y'all need to send them to me by email because my husband can't pick up my child today, so I'm gonna have to run out and do that. All right, so send them to me by emails and I'll handle it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
One question, I'm sorry.
Yes, right.
Between me and Ms. Castaneda, I didn't get any information on Ms. Franklin.
No, Pros.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.